Every summer, millions of us visit the region of Andalucía in southern Spain to enjoy its warm weather, hospitality, and some of Europe's most popular beaches on the Costa del Sol.
Hola! Que lo pasen bien!
Being half Spanish, I've always felt a deep connection to this country.
Hello, Michael.
Que ilusión.
Encantada.
Encantado.
And since living in Andalucía, wow, it's startlingly clear to me how much of what we associate with Spain originates in this region. I want to share those intoxicating influences with you.
I'm crossing the frontier from mayhem to carnage.
Across this series, I'll visit Andalucia's historic cities.
Here walked Roman feet. There was a Roman fort. There was an Islamic mosque. There is a Catholic cathedral.
Where competing cultures have fashioned some of Spain's most vibrant celebrations and traditions.
Oh.
My goodness, we're doing well here.
And bequeathed some of the world's best-loved buildings.
Oh, my word.
Together, we will delight in delicious food.
People come from all over the world for your tortilla.
See?
Harvested from this region's fertile land.
This is a cathedral of olive oil.
And fished from its generous seas.
This is the beating heart of old Spain. Oh, and does it know it?
And at the end of it, I'll return home to celebrate with my friends and neighbours with Andalusian passion. My journey across Andalucía begins in one of Spain's most beautiful cities.
Oh, my word, Granada. That is the view that I remember that I'm coming back to. The city spread out in front of the mountains, great towering peaks behind, but all of the city nestling amongst the foothills. A brilliant sight.
Granada is one of the places that I most love. The magnet that draws me dominates the skyline. Visited by over 3 million people every year, this is the magnificent Alhambra, one of the world's most famous Islamic palaces.
I am so happy to be back in the city of Granada. It was the last place to be occupied by the Muslims. It's really important, Granada, for understanding Spanish history. As far as my personal history is concerned, my father loved this city. When he was getting very old, I brought him here and we had one of our last conversations, so it has very strong personal associations.
Just 90 minutes' drive from Málaga, Granada huddles beneath the Sierra Nevada mountains. At one time, Islam's most important territory in Europe, this city has left a deep mark on both Spain and Andalucía. From the passion that drives its people to sing and dance, to an ancient craft passed down through a family over 500 years.
Good, Michael. You was born for this.
Oh.
And a sweet pudding named after the longest-serving pope.
My goodness. This is the most fun cake I've ever been involved in. So I'm headed uphill towards the Alhambra, probably one of the finest examples of Islamic architecture anywhere in the world. So, through the walls of the Alhambra, like some ancient emir.
The city of Granada was the center of a mighty Islamic empire which ruled most of what is today the Costa del Sol region. The imperial headquarters, the massive Alhambra complex, was built on a plateau overlooking the city in the 13th and 14th centuries, serving as both palace and fortress.
The palaces of the Alhambra are set into the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, the snowy mountains. and all the fountains are fed by the meltwater tumbling down the slopes. My father used to say you're cooled as much by the sound of the water as the water itself. If you come here on a winter's day, when the air is clear and the mountains are white-topped, you'll be aware that you're seeing one of the most beautiful cities on earth.
Within the Alhambra's walls are numerous courtyards where the opulence of the design stops you in your tracks. Intricate motifs carved in its plasterwork, column arcades, horseshoe arches, reflecting pools, and fountains. These architectural inspirations have influenced Spain ever since.
Everywhere in the palace there is symbolism. All human life is here. This fountain is thought to represent birth. Starting from a tiny trickle, we go through the whirlpool of childhood. We go through the cross currents of our youth and out into the big bad world.
Wherever you look, joyous colours greet the eye. Lines of boisterous ceramic tiles inflame the walls of the Alhambra's courtyards. You find tiles like these all over Andalucía and Spain. Their origins are here in Granada, born of this city's Muslim and Christian cultures. Once there were nearly 40 traditional 15th century ceramics workshops in Granada. Today, just one of those original factories remains, and I head back down the hill from the Alhambra to visit it. The factory is located on top of Granada's second hill in the old Muslim neighbourhood of Albaycin. Here, the Morales family has been creating ceramics for 500 years. Kemi is the latest in that very long line.
Kemi, hello.
Hello, Michael.
It's lovely to see
Nice to meet you.
you. Great pleasure for me. Kemi, straight away, this is such a beautiful courtyard with all these decorated tiles. I've seen a lot of these in Andalucía. Tell me a bit, how far back do these sorts of design go? How old are they?
It's connected with the Muslim tradition. That means we can say it's more than 500 years old.
Really?
It's mixed with the Christian tradition in 1492. From that time till today, it keeps the same idea of ceramics.
Along with the decorative tiles, the factory also produces glazed earthenware and crockery, featuring a mix of Muslim and Christian patterns.
This is traditional Granada ceramics now.
Yeah, as much as possible with the same techniques, the same idea.
That is beautiful, isn't it? All done by hand, freehand.
Yeah, 100% by hand and one by one completely different.
What colour will that one be?
This one will be blue when it's finished.
The pottery, with its distinctive designs in green and blue, is famous the world over.
Why were ceramics traditionally made here in this part of Granada?
Because they have here the two things, the clay, very close in the mountains, and the water, who was the principal line of water of the city was just behind these walls.
Little has changed over the centuries during which the family has produced Granada's pretty ceramics.
Here we have the full infrastructure to make ceramics in the medieval style.
My goodness.
Everything is here. We have pictures from the end of the 19th century.
Oh, that's amazing.
You can see my grandmother here.
Yeah, this is incredible. So much is the same. This roof line is the same. This doorway. I mean, this really is a museum of how it used to be done.
The extraordinary records of Kemi's family reveal that the factory dates to the time when Islamic Granada was reconquered by the Catholic monarchs of Spain.
We have, for sure, in 1517, papers speaking about the people who made ceramics in this area of the city.
Extraordinary.
The name of Hernando de Morales is one of them.
And do you think these people were always Christian, or what do you think?
No. In the beginning, for sure, it was most of them was Muslims.
But We're in a period here where many of the Muslim people have been required to convert to Christianity.
And you can recognize this in the style. It's mixed between the two traditions.
Yeah.
Kemi's uncle, who recently died aged 100, taught him all he knows about ceramics. And now it's Kemi's turn to teach me.
So, Michael, if you want to feel like a real medieval pottery maker, you can just jump inside and try it.
In this hole?
Yes. It's safe enough, more or less.
Coming up, I find myself in a sizzling kitchen drama.
That is marvellous. This is like the fires of hell.
I get to grips with Andalusian cuisine.
They are quite tricky to get out, I must say. It's hard work.
Little fellow, there he is.
And I channel my Patrick Swayze at the potter's wheel.
Now we are going to open a nice bowl. Good.
I'm journeying across Andalucía in southern Spain, best known to the British for the beaches of the Costa del Sol, but a region whose history, culture and traditions help explain what it is to be Spanish today. I've begun my trip 90 minutes north of Málaga, in the wonderful city of Granada, home to the world-famous Alhambra Palace. It's hard to imagine that a vast area covering most of modern Spain, Portugal and parts of France came under Islamic rule, which in Granada lasted nearly 800 years. In 1492, after centuries of reconquest, the Catholic monarchs took back full control of Spain. I'm visiting the city's last remaining traditional pottery factory, with roots in that time of cultural transformation.
Now there's a wheel down here. I can push this wheel with my feet. Is that right?
Exactly. Oh. And now we put this.
Okay.
Good. It takes 1 year to do this in a perfect way.
I had no idea it'd be so much work.
Do you want we try together?
Yeah, come on in.
Okay. It can be very romantic. Nice, gentle. All right. And then the idea is to keep it exactly in the center, right? Okay. Now we are going to open a nice bowl. Going up with me. Up, 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 up. Release your hand. Whoa!
My goodness, we're doing well here. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
A little bit more. Let's open it inside your left hand. Slowly, 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 slowly. Good, Michael. Who was born for this?
Oh!
All right. Nice. It's a earring.
In pottery circles, I assume that they call this falling asleep at the wheel.
Did you think about changing your career as a public man and be a ceramist in the south of Spain?
I certainly didn't, and I'm not going to now, but thank you. It was a great experience.
The blending of Muslim and Christian influences in Andalucia's architecture leaps out at you from so many fine buildings. And the same cultural mix is evident in what Spaniards put on the table. The best person to help me appreciate that is food historian Fiona Dunlop, who, like me, has adopted Andalucía as a second home.
Fiona,
Michael,
lovely to see you.
good to meet you.
And how nice to meet in a Spanish market.
Absolutely.
I've arranged to meet her for lunch, and first she wants to show me the market where discerning locals buy their produce.
From what I've noticed, being in Spain a lot, eating in Spain, is their concern for really good basic products, meats and fish and vegetables.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at this. Fantastic. wonderful display of boquerones, which are pickled anchovies, amazing olives.
How did you get so interested in Andalucía?
I just love the fusion. This is
Yes.
the only place in the world where you get that incredible fusion
Yes.
between the Arab world and the Western world.
Much of the delicious food in which the Spanish take pride and joy today was introduced during the period of Islamic rule.
We look at the meat counter.
Yes, this is one of their huge passions.
Absolutely.
They are big meat eaters, and there you got something that dates from the Moorish times, lamb chops, which are delicious.
Even the fruit that they regard as homegrown has its origins further afield.
In the 8th century, that was when you got a huge amount of fruit and vegetable imports into Andalucía. Watermelon was one of them. Also citrus fruits, which originated, some of them, in China, and then they came via Persia to Baghdad, and then from Baghdad to Andalucía. I mean, it's an extraordinary journey.
It is. Where I have my house, we're surrounded by orange groves and we have orange street trees. And extraordinary to think that they had to be brought in, they had to be imported.
Yeah, yeah. And then the street oranges you get here are the sour oranges, which end up in our jars of marmalade on our breakfast tables in England.
Seville orange marmalade.
Exactly.
Delicious. Let us continue our conversation over the lunch table.
That sounds good.
Our lunch venue is one of Granada's best-loved restaurants, which serves stunning dishes that demonstrate the huge influence of Spain's past on its present.
Ah, gracias.
For our starter, something that apparently couldn't be more Spanish.
Fiona Gazpacho, there couldn't be a better designed dish for Andalucía because this is so refreshing in summer, isn't it?
It is gazpacho. It has many variations, actually. This is the classic with tomatoes and cucumber and onion.
But even the roots of this celebrated soup reach into the country's ancient past.
If you go back a bit further, pre-New World, when there were no tomatoes, you have ajo blanco, which is made from almonds and garlic and sometimes breadcrumbs.
And this has been beautifully chilled.
Perfect.
And as you take it in, you immediately just feel refreshed, cool, and cascades down the throat. Lovely.
Yeah. And you know what? Actually, they say the original one came from the Roman legionnaires who drank to keep themselves cool as they were marching through Andalucía.
Our next course is something you find in restaurants across southern Europe.
Gracias.
Were snails also brought into Spain by invaders?
Yes, they came from Morocco with the Berbers. They are quite tricky to get out, I must say. Oh, come on, snail. It's hard work.
That little fellow, there he is. What do you think's gone into that thick brown sauce?
Cloves, some cumin, almonds.
Ah, all of these suggest to me Middle East origins.
Oh, absolutely. That looks fresh and delicious and quite a change from the snails, I think.
I've never seen this. So we've mixed together fish and orange here.
Yes, it's a very typical dish of Granada. This is called remojon granadino. You also get it in Malaga, and there's a bit of a gastronomic war between Malaga and Granada about who invented it. You've got oranges, onion, and some pomegranate seeds.
Now, a pomegranate is a pomme de Grenade. It is an apple from Granada.
And in days of Al-Andalus, you had fruit juice vendors wandering the streets selling pomegranate juice.
This popular Spanish salad dates from the Islamic era and was traditionally served during the Mediterranean winter.
Fabulous.
It is fabulous. I would never have dreamt of mixing an orange with a fish. Oh, that is nice.
For my pudding, I leave Fiona because I've been tipped off about one of Granada's lesser-known delicacies. Within the Catholic Church, some communities of nuns live separated from the hurly-burly of the sinful world behind convent walls.
One thing that closed-order nuns do is to bake sweet treats and to sell them to the public without showing themselves.
Which makes buying from them an unusually sanitized experience.
No answer to the bell, if that is a bell.
Fortunately, even this strictest of convents has an intercom.
Hola, hermana. Siento molestarle. ¿Es posible comprar unas galletas, por favor?
Hay de café, nuez, almendra, chocolate y vainilla.
Café y nuez, por favor.
Vale.
Muchísimas gracias, hermana. Hasta luego. A very strange and, in a way, a rather lovely experience. I just saw a hand and a disembodied voice, and I have my biscuits.
After a busy day enjoying some of Granada's highlights, it's time to head to my hotel. For tonight, I've chosen somewhere exquisite. And once again, it's an amalgam of Muslim and Christian.
Since 1928, the Spanish state has owned a chain of hotels in old heritage buildings. This one is the Monastery of San Francisco, and it's one of the most sought after, partly because it's attached to the Alhambra, partly because it has tremendous history and wonderful views.
My hotel preserves some beautiful and original Arabic touches. For example, this inner courtyard. And my room looks out,
Wow.
across the gardens of the Alhambra Palace, where I had one of my last conversations with my father.
I believe that paradise comes from Persian words meaning garden of heaven. And that's my view.
Coming up, I feel the full flaming fury of flamenco. Pay homage at the resting place of Europe's greatest Catholic queen.
On her death, she said, I must be taken back to Granada.
Siempre abajo la...
And participate in producing a papal pastry.
It's really good. No wonder he was made a saint.
I'm in one of my favourite parts of Spain, Andalucía, exploring Granada, a city I know and love. And I want enthusiastically to recommend that the hundreds of thousands of us who head for the Spanish sunshine make an unforgettable detour of 50 miles from the Mediterranean coast. I've spent the night in a former monastery attached to the Alhambra Palace, which is the best example of medieval Muslim architecture in Europe.
This is maybe the most celebrated courtyard in the palaces of the Alhambra, and this is the most famous fountain. Granada attracts millions of tourists every year. For many people, this is their idea of Spain, but with the irony that this is a beautiful vestige of a dynasty that passed into history. Not a Christian dynasty, but a Muslim one. And the fact that the Muslims ruled in Andalucía for many centuries has left a legacy in this part of Spain quite different from the rest. One of the things that makes Andalucía so distinctive.
Granada, in particular this stunning palace and fortress, was Islam's last stronghold in Spain. Over centuries, their empire had been pushed back to the city. After a series of wars fought here over 10 years, the Muslims surrendered in 1492, and the country again became Christian. The two Catholic monarchs, Queen Isabel and her husband King Fernando, who led that reconquest, were buried here.
Queen Isabel is an absolutely key figure in Spanish history. She was the Queen of Castile, and she married the King of Aragon. And that meant the unification of Spain. And for the first time, we then talk about the Queen and King of Spain. What is more, they came down to Granada and drove out the last of the Muslims. Then they expelled the Muslims, then they expelled the Jews, and then they sent Christopher Columbus on his voyage, which led to the European discovery of America. Some of those are what we would now regard as contested achievements, to put it mildly. But I have an affection for Isabel, because she was born in Madrigal de las Altas Torres, where my father spent his childhood. And she died in the castle of Medina del Campo, where I used to play in the ruins as a child. And then, on her death, she said, I must be taken back to Granada. And so in a journey through foul weather in December of 1503 to 4, she was brought here to Granada, and she lay here in the convent. And she was joined by the body of her husband in 1516, and the two of them remained here until 1521, when they were taken off to the royal sepulchre.
In the 500 years since, many Muslim traditions have been replaced. Mosques with cathedrals, and Spain's love of pork resumed under Catholic rule.
Hola, ¿está libre? ¿Me subo?
In Granada, there's another Catholic tradition in the form of a small cake, served in the city's cafes and restaurants and throughout Andalucía. I'm on my way to Santa Fe, a town 7 miles west of Granada, to learn about this super sweet pudding from the great-grandson of the man who invented it back in 1897.
Hola, Ramiro.
Hola,
Soy Michael.
encantado.
Encantado,
Bienvenido.
buenos días.
¿Quieres ver cómo lo fabricamos?
Sí, por favor.
Its fame goes before it, but until now, I've never seen it made.
So we start with the eggs separated. We've got the yolks and the whites being beaten separately. We add the flour, we take out the yolks, and then we blend in the egg whites. Así, y lo mezclo.
Más.
Más. Bien.
Y es una demostración para vosotros.
Yeah, this is a demonstration scale. I mean, normally this is done at the factory level.
The cake, called a pionono, was invented by Ramiro's great-grandfather as a tribute to Pope Pius IX, who reigned in the 19th century and is the longest-serving pontiff of all time. The pionono is named after Pius IX and supposed to resemble him.
Pope Pius IX was quite a rotund fellow, so we have a roly-poly cake in his honour, and the Pope very often wears a little white cap, so he has a little white cap.
Ramiro's great-grandfather began to make it at home. Today, the huge factory produces 60,000 piononos every week.
It's important not to move it any more than is strictly necessary, because we don't want to lose the air in the egg white. And this is going to go in the oven shortly.
Antiguamente lo hacíamos así, hace 40 años.
You haven't lost your skill.
Cinco minutos.
Just 5 minutes. So here we are, the mixture is out of the oven, well on its way to the papacy. The sponge mixture has been cut and rolled up, but inside the roll is this secret creamy ingredient. And now the piononos are going to be decorated with the same cream, and then some other interesting things are going to happen to it before it acquires the papal cap. Oh, look at the speed of that. I was going to offer to help, but I think that's a bit fast for me.
But Ramiro convinces me to have a go. When in Rome,
Bueno, instrucciones?
Tienes que apretar atrás
Sí.
y adelante. Tienes-
You've got to squeeze
como si estuviera ordeñando.
at the bottom and the top. Así, ¿no?
Sí,
Bien?
bien,
Bien.
bien.
That's good. Spin
Más, sin
around.
miedo, sin miedo.
Don't be frightened of it. Get on with it. I'm doing all right.
Pero no
Uy.
lo levantes.
Yeah.
Siempre abajo.
Siempre
esto
abajo.
Bájalo, bájalo más.
Bájalo más.
Ahí.
Get
para
down
que
on
salga redondo.
Get
Si
down
no
on it.
sale de pico.
We don't want to peak on it. We want it flat on there. Ahora voy entendiendo.
Okay.
I don't think he wants me to ruin anymore. I think that's my lot. Gracias. Adelante.
then to cap it off, the fun bit.
My goodness. That is a sight. The Pope's cap has been converted into burnt sugar. That is dramatic. This is like the fires of hell, but in fact, the Pope was canonized. We've toasted the Pope. To be un honor.
¿Quieres probarlo?
Mejor. Muy bien. The only way to eat them is the whole thing. Here we go.
Ok.
Excelente.
Excelente.
It's really good. That's absolutely marvelous. No wonder he was made a saint.
Like all cities in this most southern region of Spain, it can be exhaustingly hot in summer. But in Granada, relief is at hand. There are over 50 drinking fountains dotted around the city, some over 500 years old. The water's fresh though, most of it having tumbled down from the mountains.
This picturesque neighborhood of Granada is Sacromonte, and it lies just across the steep river valley from the Alhambra and gives us great views. And here, pretty frontages disguise the fact that the houses are actually built into the mountainside. They are caves, and in some of those caverns, there are flamenco performances.
And that's what's brought me here today, to meet one of Granada's renowned flamenco artists, to hear about this impassioned outpouring of dance and song.
Many of the things that people think of as being Spanish, like flamenco dancing and bulls, they are strongest in the south of Spain. And particularly at the end of the 19th century, a lot of intellectuals were unhappy with this. They thought that these things were giving an image of a backward Spain to the outside world. Interestingly, in the early 20th century, an intellectual and poet like Federico García Lorca and another poet, my father, Luis Portillo, they valued what was going on in the south. They liked the bulls, they liked the flamenco.
Federico García Lorca lived locally, and much of his work focused on Andalucía, and in particular, the gypsy traditions of flamenco, passed down from generation to generation.
Jara,
Hola.
encantado de conocerte.
Igualmente.
Jara Heredia has danced her whole life, including for Spain's King Emeritus, Juan Carlos.
You're part of a dynasty of flamenco artists, de artistas de flamenco. Cuéntame.
Bien, pues yo vengo de una familia de gitanos del Sacromonte, del barrio del Sacromonte. Mi abuela era bailaora
When did you learn to dance?
desde muy pequeñita. Yo desde que tengo uso de razón, yo ya sabía qué quería hacer.
Although now seen as synonymous with Spain, flamenco's origins lie with gypsies who arrived from India. Jara's ancestors brought flamenco to Sacromonte.
It seems to me there's a lot of pain in flamenco. Now, is this because the gitanos have suffered a great deal?
Date cuenta que ha sido un pueblo muy perseguido. Ha sido un pueblo muy marginado. Entonces, también es una raza que tiene mucha rabia. Los gitanos expresan sus alegrías, sus penas, cantando, bailando.
Jara is due on stage again shortly.
Tell me what you're going to be expressing in the dance.
Nunca sé lo que voy a bailar,
De veras.
de veras.
I never know what I'm going to dance.
Jara performs a zambra, which derives from the wedding song of the Moriscos, forcibly converted Muslims who, like the Gypsies, were on the margins of Spanish society.
Wow. Jara is amazing. Peppery, fiery, with a passion that burns. Flamenco is not for wimps. My Spanish father, Luis, although he wasn't from these parts, loved Granada. And during his long exile in Britain after the Spanish Civil War, he would remember this place. And when he was a very old man, I brought him back here and we walked in these gardens and enjoyed one of our very last conversations. And that memory in my later life is one of the things that has drawn me to rediscover Andalucía. Buenos días. Pero qué maravilla de jardines. Gracias.
My father was drawn to Granada partly by his admiration for one of its most famous sons, the poet and playwright Federico García Lorca. At the end of the Spanish Civil War, my father escaped Spain to Britain. Lorca was murdered, probably perceived to be on the political left. His work is considered so important that my friend and Lorca's niece has created a foundation in his honor.
My goodness, louder. I didn't expect anything like this. I thought you'd be in an historic building. I didn't expect something brand new and so,
Yeah.
I mean, so remarkable. You must be so proud.
A little bit. Let's go.
The building holds over 5,000 documents.
This is a letter that I always find very moving to my grandparents. This is right after he had his first opening in 1921, his first play, The Butterfly's Evil Spell, and it was a complete flop.
Oh dear.
So my grandfather wrote him a very sort of serious letter saying, now it's time to come back to Granada. And you've had your experience with the theater. It didn't work out, so come back home. And he writes this beautiful letter where he says he's absolutely certain of his talent. Dejadme las alas en su sitio, que yo os responderé que volaré bien.
Oh my goodness. Leave my wings where they are, and I will respond to that by flying well.
And he stayed, and he did.
Flying and soaring to international fame in the 1930s, when he and my father met.
My father, Luis Portillo, was a bit younger than Lorca. He was also a bit of a poet. He apparently came to Granada and met García Lorca. And he records that they took a stroll at night through Granada. My father, being a poet, talks about the nightingales singing and the moon. And this was clearly, for my father, an extraordinary moment. It's a lovely memory. And he had the good fortune that on July the 18th, 1936, he was in Madrid.
In Madrid.
By chance.
That was very fortunate, of course. And that's where Federico should have been.
Instead, Lorca was in Granada. He was seized from his house and shot.
Had he stayed in Madrid,
He wouldn't have been murdered in that way.
a different story.
It was a different story for my father.
My father crossed the Pyrenees in '39. Being a university man, he was attracted to Oxford. My mother was an undergraduate at Oxford, and after the bombing of Guernica in 1937, 4,000 Basque refugee children had crossed to Southampton. They'd been distributed. Some of them were in Oxford. My mother was making conversation with these kids in Oxford. When my father arrived in Oxford, went to meet the Basque children, met my mother. My mother proposes to him, and they marry in 1940.
And when did you first come to Spain?
I first came in 1955 when I was 2 years old, because although my father was not allowed to come here, my mother was, because she was British. And my mother was absolutely determined that we children would know our family
Yes.
and our country. And so we were traveling Spain when my father could not.
Well, our first time was 1954.
Ah, we might have bumped into each other. Did your father ever see Spain again?
Oh, yes. He came back, 1955 was the first time.
My father didn't come back till 59.
Right, wow.
La Historia de España, eh?
Really, not easy.
Yeah, it's very affecting, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Many tears have been shed for Federico Garcia Lorca, and I feel wistful myself, bidding farewell to a city whose mountain setting has no equal in Andalucía. Islam created a great culture in Spain. You've only to visit the Alhambra for proof of that. But in 1492, all of Spain returned to Christian rule, and the Muslims were expelled. The 22nd ruler of the Emirate of Granada, Boabdil, rode out of the city and turned for one last glimpse and wept. I link his fate to my father's exile, and given the memories that I have of him from the gardens here, if this were my last glance, I would cry too. But as it is, I will surely return to Granada. Today, join me as I show you a city full of my boyhood memories. Millions use the city's airport, but never glimpse Malaga's Islamic fortress and wonky cathedral, of which I'm so fond. The city of Málaga, which I have enjoyed since childhood. I would recommend it in particular as a city of fun, with lots of new restaurants and museums. Málaga Airport is one of the busiest in Spain, with nearly 20 million passengers, mainly tourists, and they turn west out of the airport towards the Costa del Sol, Marbella and Torremolinos. But I have turned east. Most arrive here for the beaches, but come with me on a dizzying spin around Málaga. Andalucia's second largest city displays layers of history, brick upon brick, faith upon faith, culture upon culture, fused with the fiery passion for which Andalucía is known. Over the next few days, I'll reel to the intoxicating rhythms of the Feria de Málaga, one of Andalucia's biggest street parties. Before travelling inland to the breathtaking town of Ronda, where I'll sample exotic delicacies. It's an explosion of flavour, and I'll go hand to hand with the venerated holy relic.
He got a knife to cut the left hand. He said he didn't have to push. The knife just went through.
Visitors to Andalucía, even those who are on the historic trail which takes them to Granada and Seville and Córdoba, very often neglect Málaga. Surprisingly, there aren't that many places that you can get to the beach in Málaga. It's a port and quite a big city. and this was opened in 1918, where you could get down to the sea.
Back then, this bar and restaurant were the preserve of Malaga's well-heeled. Women were segregated, unless accompanied by a husband, but Spain would experience massive social revolutions.
I think it's difficult to overstate the impact of tourism on the Spanish economy, because until the late 1950s, Spain was shunned by much of the rest of the world because it was still a dictatorship. And Spain wanted to be better loved. And one of the things it had to do then was to open itself up to tourism. And in the 1950s, places like this found themselves in conflict with the government because of the invention of the bikini. General Franco wanted to impose public decency. Well, woe betide any foreign tourist who came here wearing a bikini and was told by a policeman that only one-piece costumes were allowed, and who then asked the question, well, which half shall I take off? Because they'd be arrested for their wit.
By the early 1970s, coastal Spain had become a major tourist destination for the booming package holiday industry. 36% of British holidaymakers abroad came here. By 2022, the Costa del Sol welcomed over 12.5 million visitors. Despite the heat, come in August for the Feria de Málaga. This 532-year-old week-long street party attracts over 1 million people from all of Spain. On my way to the fiesta, I have a rendezvous in Malaga's Old Town.
I'm now going to visit a Malaga legend, an emporium of great food and wine and celebrity and vida, life. Hello. El Pimpi is a labyrinth of different courtyards and rooms and gardens and spaces, and I'm going to go exploring. Ooh, hola.
El Pimpi was what they called the early tour guides who showed new arrivals off the ships around the city, hence the name. El Pimpi became the meeting place for the powerful and famous of Málaga.
Elena.
Hola, Michael.
Qué ilusión.
Encantada.
Encantado.
Encantada.
Elena is now managing director. She took on the business from her father, who'd opened it in 1971 in some former stables.
So El Pimpi is absolutely intimately connected with the annual feria. Elena, I believe that during the feria, people go from one bar, one restaurant to another, and that El Pimpi is an obligatory stop on the journey.
Sí, antiguamente la feria estaba aquí en el centro nada más, entonces paradita en el Pimpi del centro y después nos vamos al Real a seguir la fiesta.
The popularity of this city institution attracted one of Malaga's favourite sons as an investor, actor Antonio Banderas.
Yo todavía me asombro cada vez que lo veo y me dice, ¿todo bien, Elena? Bien, Antonio. Yo todavía me da como cosquillilla en la barriga, mira que lo conozco hace tiempo. Sí, sí, pero es muy humano, es muy de verdad.
Lo mismo le pasa a él cuando te ve.
Ah, ¿tú crees?
Yo he experimentado la feria en Sevilla y creo que allí es más formal, más seria, ¿no? There the men go in shirt and jacket and tie, and even in sort of 44 degrees of heat, we would not take off our jackets and our ties. But I think it's less formal here in Málaga.
Aquí la feria es como nosotros, es mucho más cosmopolita, mucho más abierta, mucho más, ¿no?, distendida, sí.
How do you choose your dresses for the feria?
My dress is so old.
So old?
It is so traditional design.
Your shawl is so beautiful.
It's hand-embroidered. It's more than 100 years, so they are so old.
Qué bien lo he pasado aquí.
Un placer, Michael.
El placer, el privilegio ha sido mío.
Before I joined the feria, Elena honours me with an invitation to join Malaga's finest by leaving my signature on one of El Pimpi's sherry casks.
Muy bien.
Muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, amigo.
On the streets, the party is in full swing. Maybe Elena's sense of style rubs off on me a bit.
¿Me podría colocar una flor en el sombrero, por favor?
The feria originated in 1491, when the Catholic monarchs Isabel and Fernando ended 700 years of Islamic control and drove the Muslim rulers out of Málaga, decreeing that there should be an annual celebration of the momentous change.
I have the feeling that at this point I'm crossing the frontier from mayhem to carnage. Very funny thing has happened. One of the band came up to me and said his name was Portillo, just like mine. And then another one came up and said he was Portillo. And then a third one came up and said Portillo. Half the band, and they're related, have my surname.
They're playing a variety of music called verdiales. Juan Manuel, one of the band's younger members, explains it to me.
Los verdiales es el folclore más antiguo que hay en Europa.
No me digas.
Y es típico de Málaga.
What's the difference with flamenco?
Un compás un poquito más rápido. El compás lo marca el pandero con los platillos y suele ser un compás un poco más alegre, más vivo.
Another thing I noticed, yo veo que hay mucha gente joven como tú. Entonces esta tradición tiene un buen porvenir, ¿no?
Sí, hombre, y esperamos que nunca se pierda. Esto es una tradición que viene de padre a hijo, de abuelo. No hay nada. La guitarra, el violín se enseña de tú a tú. No hay nada escrito. Se enseña de tú a tú.
Passed down from grandfather to father to son. Nothing is written down. It's just passed through the instrument.
That's the reason it's so special.
Viva Portillo!
And it provides a fitting finale to my riotous time at the feria.
Evening approaches. The feria will simply get wilder and wilder. It's time for me to retire and yield my position to the flower of youth.
Coming up, I venture inland to a stunning hilltop town.
This has been a place of bandits and outlaws.
Make a personal pilgrimage in memory of a beloved aunt.
So many memories. I can see her in this photograph. She's saying, "Girls, girls."
And make the cut as a grape picker.
Carlos, you've got a few more to do.
You can join us.
What? I've done my bit. I've done my day's work.
On this journey, it's my pleasure to show you my favorite places in the southern Spanish region of Andalucía. I'm in Málaga, capital of the Costa del Sol, and a city I've known since childhood.
Málaga for me has never been a seaside town. When I first came here, I stayed with family and I was taken to villages and to mountains in the area, not to the seaside.
As a boy, I already loved the Muslim fortress dating back to the 8th century. I would gaze down upon the bull ring that seats 10,000 people, built in 1874, and on an endearingly lopsided cathedral.
Our Lady of the Incarnation is the official title of Malaga's cathedral. It was meant to have 2 towers in its facade, but they only have got round to building 1. And so it's known affectionately by its nickname, the Little One-Armed Lady.
My family on my father's side is Spanish. Luis was the eldest of 10 children, which was not so unusual then in Spain. He loved his country, but in fear of his life, he fled to England in 1939, where he met my mother Cora, after the government that he supported was defeated in the Spanish Civil War by the forces of General Franco. He left behind his parents and the 8 siblings who'd survived the conflict. Ana Maria, one of his much younger sisters, settled in Málaga.
She was a nun and my godmother, but I didn't meet her until I was 12 years old. And by then she was behind these walls teaching in a Jesuit girls' school, and when I met her, I loved her. She was very affectionate, and although she wore a wimple so that her ears and neck and hair were all covered, she wasn't very nun-like, if you know what I mean. She was kind of very good fun. And just walking down this street brings back many happy memories of my Spain in the 1960s. I haven't been here for more than 50 years, but it's much as I remember it from my first meeting with Ana Maria in 1965. The entranceway is absolutely unchanged, and these letters tell us that the nuns are daughters, hijas de Jesus, of Jesus. Ana Maria played an important part in my early life. She also helped to shape those of many girls of the time, because as well as being a convent, this was a school that taught some of the less privileged girls of Málaga.
Hola, Michael.
Encantado. ¿Le importa si le
Yo
abrazo?
también. No, nada. Y me hablas de tú.
Pilar was one of my aunt's pupils in the 1950s.
En principio quiero decirte que la relación que yo tenía con tu tía Ana María era como más cercana porque sabía que teníamos unos vínculos.
After so many decades, this surprise meeting with Pilar takes me back to those childhood visits. And, that's not surprisingly, very moving.
Y por eso yo he sabido siempre cosas tuyas, de tu padre, de tu madre Cora.
She's saying that although my aunt Ana Maria was very friendly to all the girls, she spoke very discreetly about my father, because my father, of course, was a Republican, so it was dangerous to talk too much about him, with great respect about my mother, and with great affection about her nephew. That's me. Ana Maria took her vows in 1951 and taught schoolgirls here for 20 years. Pilar, lots of memories here. We used to walk along here a great deal.
Pero yo pensaba que esto te tenía que resultar a ti muy conocido, muy entrañable y emotivo. El niño rubio, que decía mi hermana, un niño muy rubio al que no le podía dar el sol.
I used to hide from the sun in those days. I got a bit more used to it. Ana Maria had a huge influence on me as a child. And Pilar has another surprise for me.
Es ella, en la puerta de la catedral.
Y aquí yo la oigo diciendo, chicas, chicas. Because she was the prefect, she had to give orders, and I can see her in this photograph. She's saying, girls, girls. This is Ana Maria, and this is a Christmas party. Doesn't look much fun to me, but nonetheless, Christmas party, lovely. Bueno, qué ilusión, Pilar. Qué ilusión.
Yo encantada de haber podido compartir esto contigo.
Gracias.
Sinceramente.
You may think that to become a nun is to retire from the world to solitude and prayer, but that wasn't what my aunt Ana Maria did. She was interested in social improvement, and she taught girls, and some became hairdressers and dressmakers. Others were inspired by her to become nuns, and who knows, some became lawyers and perhaps leaders of their country. But the point is that she wanted to help people and to have a practical impact. And there is no monument to her, but now I have told you her story. We could easily linger in the city, but I prefer to whisk you 40 miles northwest to the stunning hinterland of the Serranía de Ronda, which in the early 19th century was a destination for romantic travelers like Benjamin Disraeli, and for artistic giants of the 20th century like Ernest Hemingway and Orson Welles. Málaga is surrounded by mountains, and I have now arrived in the Serranía de Ronda, the mountains of Ronda. They're jagged, stark, rocky mountains, and the landscape is very dramatic. Gorges, waterfalls, and caves. And human life here is scarcely less dramatic. Historically, this has been a place of bandits and outlaws. For centuries, this region made the most of its blessings of sun and soil. These hills used to be populated by vineyards, which disappeared. And today, people are trying to replant them to rediscover something that they regard as authentic to the region. I'm visiting one of these new vineyards on one of the most important days of the year. Anna, how lovely to see you. I'm Michael.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, Jorge.
Jorge, nice to meet you, Michael.
What a beautiful place.
Yes.
Yes.
And so historically, did there used to be vineyards here?
For sure, we know that in Roman times, part of this land were used as a vineyard.
Wine continued to be produced here until the late 19th century, when a plague of aphids destroyed a third of Spain's wine industry, including these vineyards. 20 years ago, Ana and Jorge began recultivating the vines. And today they're harvesting a Spanish iconic grape type, Garnacha. Hello, Carlos.
Hello, how you doing?
How are the grapes looking to you?
Yeah, this year are looking great. For me, the most rewarding time of the year is the harvest.
But a nervous time too, because...
Yeah, we do measures all days of the quantity of sugar, acidity.
I'm surprised. It's quite a small grape, isn't it, Carlos?
Yeah, this is Garnacha, a variety, one of the most widely spread varieties around the world.
Lovely color, though.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's very sweet, and beyond the skin, it's very soft. No, I'm sure these are absolutely ripe.
You can know if they're ripe by the color of the seed. If they're turning brown, that means that they're ripe.
Right, and indeed, we have a little brown hue to that. Presumably, you have to do it pretty fast.
Yes.
Because time is money, but also because the grapes are getting too ripe if there's no on the vine.
That's true, yeah.
Excellent. Carlos, you've got a few more to do.
You can join us if you want.
What? I've done my bit. I've done my day's work. Thank you, Carlos. I'll leave the rest to you. Garnacha is renowned throughout Spain and the wider world, but Ana wants me to see a much rarer variety. What's so amazing about Melonera grape?
Well, you can see the line. It seems like a watermelon and tastes and smell like a watermelon. So I think it's amazing.
I've certainly never seen anything like this.
Yes, of course, it's unique.
What are the qualities of this grape?
Well, it's a light wine, red wine, with a light color, with a really lovely smell, really elegant.
This enigmatic variety of red grape was thought to be extinct, wiped out by the aphid plague almost 150 years ago. Fortuitously, after some keen detective work by Ana, the team here discovered a surviving vine in the wild and was able to reintroduce it. And Ana and Jorge have a gift for me.
Here I have a special wine, that is, the name is just Solo, and it's really, really special because it's the first vintage that we have a 100% of Melonera inside the bottle.
How fantastic. Thank you
Yes.
very much indeed. I look forward to being amongst the first in 150 years to try a wine made from this unique grape type. Before my day draws to a close, I have a dramatic few miles to drive to my final destination, the spectacular town of Ronda, one of the most stunning in Andalucía and all of Spain. It's rich in history, deeply connected to the land, perched precariously on the edge of El Tajo Gorge. The town of Ronda has an unforgettable setting on a very deep chasm. The two halves of the town are joined across this gorge by beautiful bridges. The extraordinary townscape and landscape has attracted artists, novelists, and movie stars. Well, extraordinarily, one of these ancient bridges is in use for traffic today. So we begin to cross this amazing gorge which plunges beneath me.
Having successfully navigated the 230-year-old bridge, I reached my hotel, a charming old house that teeters on the precipice.
And the view, the most gorgeous I've ever seen.
I can't think of a better place to crack open that very special bottle.
I'm one of the first members of the public to taste it with the Melonera grape in more than 100 years. Delicious. Now, you may disapprove that I'm drinking not in company, but in a town, Ronda, frequented by Orson Welles and Ernest Hemingway, I doubt whether I'm breaking any local alcohol consumption records. And in this case, I do have an excuse, because this is called Yo Solo, which means I alone. Cheers.
Coming up, I visit the oldest bull ring in Spain.
As you can see, it fits 7,000 people, so it's almost the entire population of the city at the time.
And I join hands with a saintly relic.
So, awful question, is it genuinely the hand of Santa Teresa?
It is.
My journey through Andalucía has brought me to the spectacular hilltop town of Ronda in the province of Málaga. Only 40 miles from the Costa del Sol, Ronda is amongst Andalucia's most dramatic destinations. Hundreds of thousands of visitors make the journey to its mountaintop location every year, stunned by its unforgettable views and gripped by its history.
This awesome 120-meter deep, steep-sided gorge might seem uncrossable, but the good old Romans achieved it with a low-level bridge. And then there's another which is called the Old Bridge, and finally, the New Bridge. Actually, this is the second version. The first collapsed, killing 50 people. And this one, like so many modern construction projects, was dogged by budget and engineering difficulties, but eventually opened in 1793. But what a fantastic final result. This is one of the most renowned and incidentally most photographed monuments in Spain.
Across the bridge is an important building, the first of its kind to have been built in modern Spain. Here, our tour will enter controversy. But if we are to understand the soul of southern Spain, please stick with me.
This first bull ring plays an important part in the history of Andalucía and in its culture. I've often puzzled that my father, who was a pacifist during the Civil War and a great believer in life, who wouldn't allow us to kill a fly, nonetheless in his poems celebrated bullfighting, the mortal ballet between man and bull. And I think in part it reflects a culture in which courage and masculinity are celebrated as virtues, and which does not shy away from death.
To understand why these characteristics are so deeply rooted here, I'm meeting Gaspar, the vice president of the Maestranza, an historic institution of ancient knights that built this bull ring and cares for it today.
Gaspar, the architecture is stunning.
The bull ring was built in 1785. It's got 2 stories, as you can see. It fits 7,000 people, so it's almost the entire population of the city at the time. And it's the first bull ring finished in Spain. So this precedes soccer stadiums, and it comes from the Roman amphitheatres.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. Spain had had many buildings like this, but not since the days of the Roman occupation.
Exactly, exactly.
Bullfighting originated here with the Romans. But it wasn't until the 16th century, when King Philip II formed the Maestranza to train royal knights, that fighting with bulls became established. Long before it became a public spectacle, bullfighting on horseback was an integral part of training the cavalry. By the mid-20th century, it was as popular as football is today, attracting celebrities, writers, and Hollywood icons like Orson Welles.
Horses are terribly important, aren't they?
Yes, horses are very important, for Spanish horses particularly, yes. It's very common to see people riding horses. It's used in the countryside, it's used for riding the bulls, for riding the cows, and obviously as a sport in the entire area.
Attached to the bull ring is the Royal Riding School of Ronda, where I joined the Maestranza's president, Rafael. Here they practice dressage, an Olympic sport that was once taught alongside bullfighting to prepare the knights for battle.
So when we see this beautiful action now, for instance, of this chestnut horse, this dressage has its origin in a military discipline.
Yes, because nobility had to fight on horseback. And so from the end of the Middle Ages, riding on horseback was most important, principally for military reasons. But also it became an exhibition.
The training that was used to keep a horse steady on the battlefield has evolved into one of the Olympics' most popular sports. And the Maestranza has moved with the times.
Tell me about some of your recent successes. Riders have competed in the Olympics.
Yes, we have one rider who has competed in 2 Olympics, and another one has been selected for the Olympic team and is now in the Olympic team. This is the Andalusian breed, the Spanish horses, the pure Spanish blood, which is very noble, it's very obedient, it's a sort of dance, you see the horse?
It's astonishing.
It's like flying.
Ronda is a town where beauty and brutality have often appeared side by side. The 120-metre deep El Tajo gorge that runs through the centre of the town is a stunning natural phenomenon. But it was the scene of appalling crimes during Spain's 20th century past.
The American writer Ernest Hemingway travelled extensively in Spain and was very fond of Ronda. In his novel, set in the Spanish Civil War, For Whom the Bell Tolls, he tells of victims of the conflict being hurled into a chasm to their deaths. Unfortunately, this mirrored reality. In the early days of the conflict, there was a massacre of hundreds of people, some of whom were tossed cold-bloodedly into the gorge.
Not far away is the Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de la Merced, the Church of Our Lady of Mercy. Dating back to the 16th century, it's now a convent, dedicated to one of Spain's most important saints, Teresa of Avila. Centuries after her death, a part of her was caught up in Spain's national conflict.
She lived in the 16th century. She's one of Spain's most prominent saints. She was given to ecstatic mystical experiences and to mortification of her own flesh. Her influence spread far and wide throughout the country, and a little piece of her is here.
Sister Maria Jennifer is the Mother Superior, having joined the convent 38 years ago. She's the custodian of one of the Catholic Church's most important relics.
Yes, look at that. Oh my goodness.
This bejeweled gauntlet holds the 441-year-old left hand of St. Teresa. Even today, women come to kiss the hand in the belief that it will grant them fertility and good health.
Am I allowed to hold it?
Yeah, hold it. Be careful.
I can't believe I'm allowed to do that. Thank you so much. So, awful question. Is it genuinely the hand of Santa Teresa?
It is, because it's very well documented. Teresa died in 1582, very stunningly. In those days, if somebody had looked like to be a saint, they could take a bit of the body. So the provincial, Father Gracian, said he got a knife to cut the left hand without the nuns knowing. He said he didn't have to push. The knife just went through. He got it. They buried her. Nobody knew that her left hand was missing.
nuns dutifully kept the hands safe until the Spanish Civil War. Nationalists, led by General Franco, attempted a coup to overturn the Spanish Republic, leading to a bloody 3-year civil war that cost 500,000 lives. At its end, Franco became dictator and ruled for 36 years. Ronda witnessed much fighting during the conflict, during which Republican soldiers, who knew about St. Teresa's hand, turned up at the door of the convent.
He said, "We know you've got a hand. You give it to us, or both this community and the other community, we throw them por el Tajo."
Into the gorge.
Yeah. So she gave it.
The relic was found amongst the possessions of a Republican prisoner, and General Franco demanded that it be sent to him, despite the nuns' protestations.
"Please, bring it back." Yeah, when the war finished, please send it back. And his secretary used to say, "Let him keep it until he's no longer, head of state." So they had to keep on allowing him to have it.
The sisters were in for a very long wait, though. Legend has it that Franco slept with the hand beside his bedside, believing that it brought him good luck. It wasn't until he died in 1975 that it was returned.
The hand came home, right? And the bishop handed it to the same prioress who had given it up.
This was the same Mother Superior who had given it up.
Yes, 40 years without it.
And she was going to receive it again.
Yes.
What an amazing resolution. What a fantastic vindication. I mean, that is redemption, is it not?
It is. It is.
Amazing.
Such remarkable stories add to the mystique of this region and help to explain why I am enraptured by it. My final meeting is with someone who, like me, felt himself drawn to Andalucía. Chef Benito Gomez is from Barcelona. After falling in love with the produce of Ronda, which he claims is the best in Spain, he relocated here 9 years ago. In that time, he's earned 2 Michelin stars with his restaurant Bardal. Before we go to lunch, he wants me to meet one of his suppliers.
Hola, Juan Carlos.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estamos, Benito?
Hola, Juan Carlos. Soy Michael. Encantado.
Aquí tenéis la compra ya preparadita.
Muchas gracias.
You'd be forgiven for mistaking this for an ice cream parlor, but this is no gelato or helado.
So here we have a whole series of products in pork lard, pork fat.
Coming up, to celebrate the end of my visit to Ronda, I'll gird my loins and tackle some unusual local delicacies.
I'm going to be a bit brave here and have the pig's ears.
I'm exploring the dramatic town of Ronda in the Andalusian province of Málaga. A Michelin-starred chef, Benito Gomez, has taken me to try a local speciality, flavoured pig fat or lard.
¿En qué momento del día se consume esto?
Se suele consumir por la mañana en el desayuno.
So this is a typical breakfast. You spread it on toast.
For starters, shredded pork loin in lard.
Su rapa de lomo.
Su rapa de lomo.
It's quite nice. It's quite greasy. It's like a terrine. It's quite stringy. Esto es muy tradicional, ¿no?
Es muy tradicional. Además, para mí Juan Carlos es el mejor charcutero de toda la serranía de Ronda.
Next, what looks like chocolate chip.
Pig's liver, which has been ground up. Obviously, it's been cooked. It's been ground up with the lard. Another spread for breakfast.
And finally,
chorizo, spicy sausage, again in the pork fat or pork lard. Todo está muy bueno. It's all actually very nice. So this is all very typical, very traditional for the mountains around Ronda. And Benito says that Juan Carlos is has the best charcuterie of all.
Juan Carlos's butcher's shop is a celebration of all things porcine. And Spain's affection for pig meat is legendary. It didn't occur by accident. During the 16th and 17th centuries, when Spain was once again Catholic, the Spanish Inquisition used food as a test of religious belief. Refusing pork was considered to be evidence of heresy, punishable by penance, fine, or imprisonment. And pork features in some of the most popular dishes at Benito's Gastro Bar.
Here we've got the black pudding, and this has been cooked with a tomato sauce, very, very slowly cooked.
Básicamente es el típico sofrito de tomate catalán de toda la vida, mezclado con morcilla de la serranía de Ronda.
So the black pudding, the sausage, is absolutely typical of Andalucía, and then this tomato sauce is a Catalan tomato sauce. They really go well together.
Tomate de huevo de toro se llama, por la forma del tomate, que tiene la forma del huevo del toro.
So these are lovely, huge tomatoes. In Spain, because of their size and shape, they're named after the private parts of a bull. And the tomato seems like a humble thing, but in Spain, it's a meal in itself. It's an explosion of flavour. You never get tired of eating tomato. Excelente. Voy a ser muy valiente. I'm going to be a bit brave here and have the pig's ears. You can hear how crunchy they are. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Oreja.
Oreja, sí. It's a bit like a pork scratching. It's very flavoursome. And it has this lovely tangy sauce to go with it.
Bueno, Ronda tiene, sobre todo, mira, a nivel gastronómico, me parece un sitio realmente maravilloso. Si lo ven, tenemos el mar al lado, tenemos huerta, tenemos olivos, agricultura, ganadería. Bueno, es un paraíso para un cocinero.
It was poignant for me to return to the school where I first met my aunt, the nun, and to recollect that it was she who introduced me to Andalucía. As a townie, it's taken me quite a while to realise that Andalucía, despite its great cities, is rooted in its countryside. People enthuse about its products and its crops and its wines, its bulls, its horses, its livestock, because Andalucía is a land of passion. The beaches of the Costa del Sol are in Andalucía. The region extends far inland, and where I am now, 100 miles from the sea, could be a different planet. Córdoba offers us pinnacles of human achievement, because succeeding civilizations were inspired by a magnificent river to create dizzying architectural wonders. Córdoba, laid out before me. I've been visiting here since childhood. Can't really get enough of it. But the story of this city has meant more to me with the passage of time. Sometimes during the greatest days of the city, Christians and Muslims and Jews coexisted here until the Muslims and the Jews were expelled. And in recent times, when some have tried to revive the enmity between Islam and Christianity, that memory of a tolerant Córdoba gives me hope. Ships could once sail up the broad Guadalquivir. The river gave access to the Atlantic and fertility to its broad valley. The bridge built by the brilliant Romans across the torrent made Córdoba strategic and important. Uniquely, the city has 4 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The greatest is the mosque, built by the Islamic civilization established in Spain from 711. I find it moving, being grand in scale and simple in design. In Córdoba, I'll create a splash, learning how the city has been cooled for 2,000 years.
Put the water.
It's a good way of getting cool because the water is actually cascading over me. On surrounding plains, I'll see the trees that supply olive oil to the world. This is a cathedral of olive oil. And I'll enjoy classic Spanish food
rooted in cultures, buried in history.
This is a combination of Jewish and Arabic. I've chosen to approach Córdoba from the south bank of the river, and I recommend you do the same, because only this way do you see the magnificent silhouette of the city reflected in the water. Córdoba tells a story of mixtures of cultures and layers of civilization. Here walked Roman feet. There was a Roman fort. There was an Islamic mosque. There is a Catholic cathedral.
Imagining legions who have marched ahead of you across the Roman bridge, you skip a few centuries to arrive in a medieval labyrinth of streets and alleyways.
I absolutely do not recommend driving. I have lost countless wing mirrors in the narrow streets of these towns. As it happens in Córdoba, everything is close by, perfectly walkable.
We must begin in the city's greatest building that offers us 1,400 years of history and starkly, even brutally, illustrates the change in faith and power in Spain when Islam was defeated.
In Britain, we're used to thinking about that period between the end of the Roman Empire and the Norman conquest as the Dark Ages. But if the Christian side of the world was casting gloom, the Muslim world was burning brightly. And I'm about to enter a building whose elegance and grace and style and engineering virtuosity are proof of a very advanced civilization.
For hundreds of years, large parts of Spain, including all of Andalucía, were under Muslim rule. Córdoba's magnificent mezquita was built over centuries too. Its exterior walls are up to 180 meters long, subtly embellished with intricate mosaics. This is one of the world's greatest Islamic buildings. The outside is breathtaking, but the interior much more so still. Some 850 pillars support the roof and create mesmerizing perspectives along aisles of colored marble, jasper, and deep red granite.
It's like walking through a forest. The columns are so thickly placed, like the trunks of trees. I first visited the mosque when I was quite small, about 12 years old. Interestingly, all these decades later, the sense of awe and of wonder has not diminished over time. Every time is like my first visit.
Extraordinarily, replacing the middle section of this stunning mosque is the Catholic cathedral, added in the 16th century and aesthetically far inferior. And though the whole building is still known as the mezquita or mosque, it is a cathedral, and no Muslim may worship here.
Most of us find it an appalling aberration, a piece of architectural vandalism. And it's not just us. The Emperor Charles V, when he first saw it, he said, "You've destroyed something that was unique in the world."
You might be surprised that in Córdoba, July is the low season for tourists. The reason is that the city endures some of Europe's highest summer temperatures.
This infernal heat, luckily, a street fountain. And the architectural response to the heat is the patio. a well-aired area of the house full of plants. And today in southern Spain, people leave their doors open so that neighbours and friends can glance inside. But under the old Muslim tradition, the house was very private. And even today, beyond the patio, there are passageways and further courtyards, and every house is a voyage of discovery. I'm privileged to be invited into one of these inner courtyards. It hides demurely behind an unostentatious door. It's filled with plants which make it beautiful and help us to endure the intense summer heat. Nacho.
Hola, Michael. Encantado.
Encantado igualmente. Qué ilusión.
Bienvenido a mi casa. Ella es mi madre, Isabel.
Encantada.
Encantado.
Mi mujer, Carmen.
Carmen.
Y mi
Qué
hijo,
ilusión.
Nacho, también.
Nacho. What a beautiful courtyard this is.
Yes.
It's lovely, this patio. When do you think the custom began of decorating the patio so beautifully?
This is a tradition. The competition is 100 years.
Yes, and you compete each year?
Yes. This year, my mother is a champion of Córdoba. It's the first prize.
Felicidades.
Gracias.
Estupendo.
This is an old tradition. It's a special tradition of the mother and the son, and it's a tradition.
What is the effect of living in a patio like this? Is it actually quite cool?
It's very fresh.
Yes.
This house is at 7 grados.
7 degrees.
7 degrees in the street, okay? This is very fresh.
7 degrees lower here than in the street. Because of water in the pots, that makes the air a bit cooler, does it?
Yes, the air is cool.
It is cooler, but watering 600 plant pots daily is a labor of love.
Tenemos dos sistemas de riego, uno más antiguo y uno más moderno.
We have an old system and a new system of
systems.
watering.
This is the old system. I put the water, for example, in this plant, okay? Put the water, okay? And the other plant, put the water.
But you have to be so patient, Nacho.
Special, eh? It's a professional.
3 down, 597 to go. Fortunately, Nacho has also embraced an easier way to water the pots at the top.
Put the water. It's very easy.
Very easy. But still, it takes time. It's also a good way of getting cool because the water is actually cascading over me. Hoopla.
Do you like, eh?
Si, si, si. I'm enjoying it.
Around 50 patios enter the competition each year. As with many Spanish traditions, its future isn't guaranteed.
Today, there is one problem. There isn't a young people.
There aren't young people.
Young people.
Here's a young person.
This is a young people of the patio.
This is Nacho.
Hola.
And on him.
On him.
On him depends the future.
Okay, okay.
Y tú tienes esperanza de que Nacho aquí, el pequeñito, que él tenga afición para esto?
Sí, hombre, teniendo la abuela que tiene el padre, seguro que tiene afición.
It's so much cooler in your house than in the street, and I thank you very much for your hospitality. Muchísimas gracias.
Aquí tienes tu casa para cuando quieras volver.
Gracias, Nacho.
Gracias.
My house whenever I want to come back. How nice. Thank you.
Coming up, I'll prepare a feast fit for an emir.
It is thought that the Caliph allowed himself to drink alcohol.
And I'll savour an Andalusian delicacy.
Olive oil of this quality is like wine.
Efectivamente.
I'm continuing my journey through the Spanish region of Andalucía, close at hand if you step off the golden beaches. The excursion will reward you with history and culture that help you to understand how modern Spain is shaped by its past. Córdoba, once Europe's largest city, with strong Roman, Muslim, Christian, and Jewish influences, explains it all.
I'm in Córdoba's Judería, the Jewish quarter. Many southern Spanish cities have such a place, which I suppose demonstrates that whilst Jews were from time to time tolerated, they were confined to their own part of town. And typically in a juderia, the streets are very narrow and windy. An Islamic street plan, actually very practical because of the heat, having the houses together gave you shade.
In the 15th century, Spain was home to one of the largest Jewish communities in the world. Today, there's a striking legacy, but you must look to find it.
Most unusually for a southern Spanish city, here we have a synagogue. In fact, this is the only preserved medieval synagogue in Andalucía. And beautifully preserved it is, too. Interesting, isn't it, that the decoration is Arab in style. Another example of the blending of the cultures. It's evidence that there was a vibrant and possibly quite large and important population of Jewish people in Córdoba. But in 1492, the Queen and King of Spain decided not only to expel all the Muslims, but all the Jews as well, unless they would convert to Christianity. And so all those people were forced to leave, and there's scarcely any Jewish population in Spain even today. And we're left with just this trace.
But old seeds bring new growth. Today, Córdoba has its first rabbi in over 500 years. I find it fascinating that Córdoba's past unavoidably pushes its way into modern life. You can see it in the architecture and traditions, of course, but also in the cuisine. And as it's lunchtime,
should I have food that's influenced by the Jewish tradition? Or maybe by the Islamic? Or the stuff that Christians would eat, which was not affected by the dietary restrictions of the other cuisines? But since I'm feeling hungry, I know the answer. All three. Hello, Monica.
Hello.
How lovely to see you.
Hello, Michael.
What a beautiful patio.
Yes, it is a mix of the Cordoban cultures built over Arabic baths. The name of these baths was Baths of the Pescadería, Baños de la Pescadería.
Of the fishmonger, of the fish district.
Yes.
Arabic floor, Roman and Islamic columns, and a kitchen that takes inspiration from all that and more.
Hola, Juan.
Hello, Michael. How are you?
Encantado de saludarte.
Igualmente.
First up, Chef Juan is preparing my Islamic dish.
So these are aubergine?
Aubergine.
What, deep fried?
Sí, van fritas y llevan el rebozado, que es los ingredientes que en la época árabe, porque es un plato árabe.
Unlike potatoes, corn and tomatoes that arrived from the New World with Columbus some 600 years later, aubergine was a staple of the Islamic diet. Although here, Juan is finishing with a glaze containing sherry.
Hay leyendas que el califa sí tomaba un poco de alcohol.
And I think there's a bit of invention going on here, saying that it is thought that the caliph allowed himself to drink alcohol even in Muslim times. Bueno. I'm going to go and eat this. Do you have about 20 friends who are not doing anything this evening to help me?
Solo uno.
Gracias.
Okay, Michael.
Ah, Monica.
The caliphal aubergines. And we finish with the lamb.
Very lovely. Look at that. Well, a banquet fit for a caliph. Sephardic lamb. Now this had been soaked in honey. Absolutely. Gloriously sweet. Now, my aubergine, a reminder of what Europe was like before we had things like tomatoes and corn. It tastes very deep fried, full of honey again. Aubergine donut.
And to finish, a Christian pudding.
Bread, milk, orange, cinnamon, fried in egg and served with a coconut sauce and a vanilla ice cream, and eaten in Holy Week And the excuse being that people fast during Holy Week, so they need to have a lot of energy very, very quickly. It's like finding an excuse for Christmas pudding. In a city with such a layered history of different cultures, it's a joy that you need just to scratch the surface of these old buildings to reveal their extraordinary past.
Welcome to our hotel.
What a beautiful courtyard this is. This is lovely. So I'll stay in a 17th century monastery, delicately restored to become an intriguing hotel. What is the history?
When we bought this house, it was almost ruined.
I have a house in Carmona, and I had great fun restoring it, and we had so many lovely surprises. Did you have any surprises?
Yeah, a lot. For example, all these columns are Roman.
That's marvelous.
Yeah.
Anything Muslim?
This one is Muslim. You find all these cultures.
It's like a layer cake.
It's a layer cake.
un pastel de...
yeah. That's
Come si dice, de pisos.
Yeah.
The hotel also boasts a roof terrace with a magnificent view across the city, where one building arrogantly dominates the skyline. You can see how incongruous is the Catholic cathedral with the mezquita into which it was built. The mosque was low-lying. Of course, some Islamic architecture did soar. There had to be a tower from which the people could be called to prayer, and there was one here. But it has been encased and hidden within the Christian bell tower. You might say a case of religious triumphalism. As the bells summon worshippers to evening mass, it's time for me to find my room in the monastery. Much of the hotel has, of course, been rebuilt and modernized, but this wonderful door remains, protecting my virtue. Bye-bye. I'm in Andalucía, showing you a city that I know and love. Córdoba, which is in the north of the region. It's a city set apart from most others because there was a time here when Muslim and Jewish communities coexisted. The Christians expelled both Muslim and Jew more than 500 years ago, yet in Andalucía the influence of history is strong. I'm not the only Briton in town intrigued by that past. Ladies and gentlemen, may I interrupt you for a moment? How are you all?
Very well, thank you.
First visit to Córdoba?
Yes.
And what do you think?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
You visited the mosque?
Yes, we have. Oh, I thought it was fantastic, amazing.
Yes.
It very much reminds me of Medina in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
And the arches are copied, I believe, from here.
So you've been there as well?
I've been there as well, yes.
How did you feel about the fact that a cathedral had been built in the middle of it?
Well, it's part of life, isn't it? So
Accept these things.
Yeah, accept these things, you know.
When you come to Córdoba, there are stories of tolerance. There are periods when Jews and Muslims and Christians live together. And there are periods of intolerance. There are times when the Jews are expelled by the Muslims. There's a time when the Muslims and the Jews are expelled by the Christians. Do you come away from Córdoba feeling a bit depressed about all these expulsions, or a bit optimistic because of all this living together?
Optimistic.
I feel optimistic.
Yeah.
Good.
Live together, yeah, that's how it should be. Everyone should live together, irrespective of what religion you are, what colour you are. So that's how it is.
And we know it can be done because it has been done, hasn't it? So
Yes, that's my feeling. We know it can be done because it has been done. That's beautifully put, if I may say so. Fantastic. It's been marvellous for me getting to know you for a few moments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Enjoy Andalucía.
Yes, thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you, thank you.
Many visitors to Córdoba don't venture beyond its ancient centre. And alas, miss the Alcázar. It's an Arabic name, of course, but what you see is a mighty Christian fortress looming over the Guadalquivir River. Many a tourist in Andalucía might give just a couple of hours to Córdoba, but not coming here, skipping the Alcázar, missing out on all this majesty and beauty, and depriving themselves of visiting the place where a meeting occurred which would result in the world as we know it today. Built in the 14th century on the site of older forts, the Alcázar became a royal residence of Queen Isabel and King Fernando, the monarchs responsible for pushing out the Muslim Empire and unifying Spain as a Catholic kingdom. It was in Córdoba that they established the Spanish Inquisition and approved a voyage that fortuitously led Spain into an overseas empire and indescribable riches. Christopher Columbus had the brilliant idea of sailing west around the spherical globe to open a new trade route. Here at the Alcázar in Córdoba, he lobbied Queen Isabel and King Fernando. His voyage would, of course, accidentally, through miscalculation, land him in the Americas, the first European contact. And the importance of that simply cannot be overstated. The gold made Spain extraordinarily rich, and that new contact created what we know as the modern world. We mustn't overlook Córdoba's place at that pivotal moment that would open the new world to Europeans. In that era, geography counted for so much. There was destiny in the course of a river. The Guadalquivir is not Spain's longest river, but I would argue that it is the most important. It used to be navigable all the way down to the distant Atlantic Ocean, and the Romans spanned it with this beautiful arched structure, which was until modern times the last bridge between here and the ocean. And it was from this river that Christopher Columbus sailed and made the European discovery of the Americas. And thereafter, Spain developed an empire, and up the estuary of this river came galleons groaning with gold. That wealth changed Andalucía and the whole of Spain. More than 1,500 years earlier, Córdoba had become a great city because of the Guadalquivir and the bridge built in a feat of engineering by the Romans. They made it a great port, shipping olive oil, which is still one of Andalucia's greatest exports. Today, Andalucía boasts 70 million olive trees, many of them in the huge man-made groves surrounding the city of Córdoba. 80% of Spain's olive oil is produced in the region. Staggeringly, Andalucía supplies the world with a third of its olive oil. Hola, Luis.
¿Qué tal, Michael?
Michael.
Nice to see you.
Is it okay to step inside?
You can, go ahead.
This is a cathedral of olive oil. It's absolutely amazing. All across Andalucía, thousands of smallholders bring their olives to cooperatives like this one, where they're processed into exceptional quality oil before being sold in Spain and abroad, from the United States to China. Have you any idea how many olive farmers send their olives to you?
I think there are about 5,000 families.
5,000 families, which emphasizes the importance to the economy. Each of the 40 stainless steel tanks towering above us is designed to hold 62,000 gallons. In total, at full capacity, almost 2.5 million gallons of virgin Spanish olive oil.
During the last 4 years, lack of rain, very high temperatures. So this year, we have half of the habitual quantity in these tanks.
Half?
Less than half, because the lack of rain and the high temperatures, they are terrible. 70% of our trees are fed with the rain. So we don't have irrigation for the trees. Yeah. So we depend for the rain.
Is this a crisis for Andalucía?
All the families in Andalucía, they live from the olive trees. Mm. So if we lose the olive trees, it would be a disaster for Andalucía.
1,000 years ago, 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 1,000
Andalucía has always battled the heat. But with every summer heat wave and new record temperature, the problem for olive farmers grows worse. Francisco has been farming olives for 10 years.
We're not yet on his territory, but this ground under the olive trees is very bare. Nothing growing because it's been treated with herbicides and pesticides.
To combat a warming climate, Francisco is turning to the past on his 230 hectares set high in the hills.
Mira, aquí están las ovejas. The sheep are here. Francisco, explícame el papel de la oveja.
El papel de la oveja no es nada nuevo, no es lo que hacen los animales. Esta finca, 150 años, era un bosque, animales salvajes.
And everything was in natural balance, but then human beings have come along and they've torn up everything, taken away everything that was natural. And then we have absolutely soaked the place with herbicides and insecticides.
So, for the last 4 years, Francisco has been trying something different, with impressive results.
The olive leaves are brought back from the olive press and they're spread on the land. And the excrement from the sheep also is mulched up. And this creates a mulch which stops the radiation penetrating the earth to the same extent, and it leads to less evaporation. What I see here is the clearest demarcation between two systems of agriculture. It really is like day and night. This is barren and stony and washed away, and this is beautifully green. I can only imagine what this would be like in spring, a riot of wildflowers and grasses.
I'm about to discover how it tastes.
This looks great.
Francisco insists that it's amongst the finest olive oil in the world. And at about £30 a litre, you would expect it to be.
I suppose that olive oil of this quality is like wine, that you have to taste it in a particular way.
Efectivamente. Bueno, pues primero te voy a enseñar las dos variedades.
This is picuda, which is indigenous to here.
Lo tapamos e intentamos calentarlo por la parte de abajo un poquito hasta alcanzar unos 28 grados, que es la temperatura de cata óptima, ¿no? Según los grandes expertos.
So we have quite a thick oil here, it's sticking to the side of the glass.
Ahora pasamos a la parte olfativa, donde olemos e intentamos...
Hierba, ¿no?
A hierba, ¿eh?
You know, it's like cut grass.
Y ahora pues llega la hora de la boca, un poquito, ¿eh?
So Francisco has told me to move the oil from the tip of my tongue to the back of my tongue. And he's tipped me off that here I'll notice the sweetness. Along the sides of my tongue, I'll notice the bitterness. In the back of my throat, I will feel the pepperiness. And it's absolutely true. El español no puede existir sin pan, pero el andaluz no existe sin aceite, ¿no?
Efectivamente.
Coming up,
what is that thing?
I battle a one-stone omelette. For my last afternoon here, I've returned to Córdoba's medieval centre. In late July, in one of the hottest cities in Europe, the temperatures can reach high into the 40s.
In southern Spain, it is a constant battle against the heat. And the answer since at least Roman times has been water, water, everywhere.
The flowing water cools a fevered brow and keeps the gracious Córdoba serene and beautiful, despite the heat. I'm heading towards my final rendezvous. On the way, I've time to pop into a cafe, recommended for its location and for a bizarre claim to fame.
What is that thing? Hola.
Hola.
¿Me pones una caña, por favor?
Sí, ahora mismo.
Gracias.
Una cañita por aquí.
Qué bueno. Yo veo que tenéis unas tortillas gigantescas aquí.
¿Sí?
Well, I never. That is amazing. 30 eggs worth, 7 kilos of potato, weighing 8 kilos altogether. Let's just check that.
Ten cuidado, Michael, que pesa mucho. ¿Una cuñita?
Sí.
Muy bien.
People come from all over the world for your tortilla.
Sí, famosa.
Aparte de ser muy grande, ¿es buena también?
Muy buena. Ahora me lo va a decir usted cuando la pruebe.
Yes. I will be the judge. It's still warm. Está todavía calentita.
¿Sí?
Qué buena. It's really good. Uy, ¿tú crees que la tortilla gigantesca se inventó aquí?
Sí.
It was invented here.
Sí.
¿Eres muy andaluz, por ejemplo? ¿Te gusta el flamenco?
Sí, me encanta.
¿Cantas flamenco?
No.
¿No? ¿Seguro que no?
Un poquito.
Ven, cántame algo.
No, me da vergüenza.
No, una pequeña cosita, una pequeña cosita.
Venga. Dame veneno que quiero morir, dame veneno. Antes prefiero la muerte que a vivir contigo, dame veneno.
¡Qué bueno! ¡Qué bueno! Pero, but what a song. The song is, give me poison, I want to die. Give me poison, I prefer it to living with you.
My hunger sated, I'm heading across town to meet a man who keeps alive one of the city's ancient skills.
Hello, Daniel. What a beautiful house. Is this a family house?
Yes. My grandfather is the first person who lived here.
Cordoban leatherwork is Daniel's lifelong passion. He inherited his skills from his grandfather, a man who, like my father, was cast out of Spain by the Civil War of the late 1930s.
Why did your grandfather start a leather business?
My grandfather was a famous painter in Córdoba, but when the war was in Spain...
The Civil War?
Yes, my grandfather, not Republican, but is a sympathizante.
He was a sympathizer?
My grandfather had to go to France because it was going to kill, because in this moment it was impossible to stay in Spain.
My father's story is similar. He was out of Spain for 20 years that he couldn't come back.
In 1940, Daniel's grandfather did return, but was sent to prison for 5 years. On his release, he started a business producing Cordoban decorated leather. Despite roots that go back to before the Muslim Empire of the Middle Ages, the art had nearly died out.
This is the more elaborate technique, guardamethi. So here, the leather has been worked with surfaces of gold and silver. Imagine that whole rooms, whole walls in castles would be lined in this beautiful leather with the gold and silver work.
Too complicated for me to try, Daniel is going to show me Cordovan, an embossing technique developed in the 8th century and still used on exquisite goods from handbags to cushions.
We start with a fine lamb's leather and we have to put the pattern into it.
Sí, primero tenemos que traspasar el dibujo a la piel. Para eso hay que mojar la piel, si no sería imposible. Mojamos la piel, con una herramienta vamos trabajando para calcar el dibujo y poder verlo debajo.
My goodness, this is so exquisite.
¿Quieres probar?
¿Dónde empiezo? Where should I do it?
Por aquí. Por
Esta línea de aquí.
Dibujo, vas haciendo la línea despacito y se va marcando en la piel.
I see.
The next stage is to create the embossed relief on this very expensive leather.
I find this rather terrifying.
Marcando?
You're very nervous.
No.
Danielle has introduced a modern twist to this otherwise ancient skill.
There, plasticine.
Plasticine.
My goodness. So, to give it some relief, you just build it up underneath with little bits of plasticine.
Sí, modelamos con plastilina.
Wow.
Y ahora le ponemos un poquito y cuando le ponemos...
And now applying pressure
Presionamos por los dos lados.
to bring
y
out
ahora
that relief. But my goodness, what patience you need. Just doing this little corner has taken a while. Bueno.
Bueno, esta sería la pieza terminada.
Well, how beautiful.
Una pieza. Esa te la voy a regalar para ti.
Oh, thank you
De
very
recuerdo.
much. So, this is a traveler's diary. What a lovely gift. Qué regalo más bonito. Gracias.
Gracias a ti por tu visita.
The deep fragrance of long Córdoba tradition.
My little leather book is a metaphor for a city equipped for the modern age, but shaped by history of which it's justly proud.
Roman armies from the east seized Córdoba, representing the ancient world. Muslim invaders from the south occupied the city for 500 years, bringing a new culture. Christian forces from the north restored the old order. And Christopher Columbus sought permission here to sail out west and towards the European discovery of a new world. I always enjoy coming to Córdoba, but I believe that on this occasion I've understood that the city stands at the crossroads of European history.
Influences from the 4 points of the compass. Not everyone in Córdoba has studied history, but the past is obvious in their buildings. It flows beneath their bridge. It can be heard in their language, and it enriches their food. For this leg of my Andalusian tour, I'll journey far from the beaten tourist track. I'm not headed for a city, but will explore the westernmost province of Huelva. I know it for its rugged Atlantic coast and wildlife reserves. Covering nearly 4,000 square miles, the province of Huelva spreads along the spectacular Costa de la Luz, the coast of light. Many Spanish people choose to holiday here in elegant resorts largely unknown to foreigners. It's also home to a thriving fishing industry.
500 boats.
More than 500.
More than 500 boats.
Inland, the Sierra de Aracena mountains present a rolling landscape of slopes and valleys, with picturesque villages, Spain's finest free-range produce.
This cellar is magnificent.
And some of the world's oldest mines.
Oh my. Around every bend there's a new thing of beauty. A common slander against Spain is that it is the land of mañana, a tendency to postpone work to tomorrow. And within Spain, the Andaluz people are sometimes accused by other Spaniards of being lazy and ineffective. In my experience, that is not the case at all.
Just 5 miles from the Portuguese border, this is the town of Isla Cristina, built on a peninsula. This port is the thriving centre of Andalucia's fishing industry. Over 10,000 tons of seafood pass through here every year, earning over 36 million euros, around a fifth of Andalucia's total fishing income.
For many fishing ports, their best days lie far back in history. Not so here. This is busy and successful. And one of the things that tells you that is the variety of fishing nets So many different materials, colours, and different widths of mesh.
Different nets are used according to what you set out to catch. To keep them in effective condition is the job of men like Juan, who's been a net repairer since the age of 14.
Hola, Juan.
Hola, ¿qué hay? ¿Qué tal?
I'm sorry to disturb you. What are you doing right now? Are you repairing a net? ¿Qué es lo que haces en este momento? ¿Estás reparando una red?
Reparando una red que el barco ahora ha parado con la pared biológica y esta red era más pequeña para un barco de un menor caballaje.
You have to make it longer and wider, otherwise it won't be up to the job with a more powerful boat.
The skill of net repair was learned centuries ago and has changed very little. But it's still indispensable even for the most modern fishing vessels.
Esto va de generación en generación. 41 años llevo yo trabajando. Mi padre era redero, el padre de mi padre también, y me enseñó. Yo no quería ir al colegio, lo que quería era aprender con 14 años, y hasta ahora que tengo 55, pues trabajando de redero.
The needle, if you can call it that, has become a sort of extension of his hand. I noticed that he doesn't look down. He knows, he's on autopilot. He's just stitching away.
Juan is currently schooling his 3 nephews in the hope that they will continue the family business. For a brief moment, I'll benefit from his wisdom and instruction.
Difícil. I'm finding this incredibly difficult. So each time you go through,
Ahora, abajo, lo mismo
you have to make a little knot.
Por arriba.
So the first bit is easy. You go through the net from
Y ahora
above.
por los dos verdes. Un seno para atrás. Los dedos son los... Mira, ¿ves? Pone el dedito así,
Yes.
aguanta y para adelante, ¿ves?
You have to control the distance with your finger. I've created a very long loop there, which is no good at all. When you do it, it looks very, very easy. Good heavens, I'm making a real mess of this. It's so much more difficult than it appears. I don't understand this. Oh, that one's right.
Recoge el hilo. Recoge el hilo, recoge la cuerda.
Un poco más cortito. Hilo hacia allá y...
Mira. Ahí no suelte.
Sí.
Ahora sí, Ahora ya sí.
We're getting somewhere. You're a good man.
Estupendo. Cuando me haga falta uno ya te llamo yo.
Some of the world's oldest fishing techniques are still used in these parts. The almadraba is a method of tuna fishing using nets and anchors that was introduced by the Phoenicians almost 3,000 years ago. Today, more than 1,000 people work in and around the port. Fishing supports thousands more around the town, including Ramon's family.
I suppose that for La Isla Cristina, fishing is the basic industry, is that right?
Yeah. We have, I think there is more than 500 boats working in here. We are one of the biggest ports in Spain.
500 boats?
More than 500.
More than 500 boats.
Ramon's father works on one of the many trawlers, whilst Ramon works in a chiringuito, a small seafood restaurant that serves fresh fish, bought at the lonja, or auction, that operates on the docks.
What an extraordinary sight.
Yeah.
So these boxes have just come off the boats?
Yeah.
So the buyers are sitting in this kind of grandstand.
Yeah.
And they watch the fish go by and they have to decide straight away whether to buy, do they?
Yes, exactly.
A bewildering array of unfamiliar sea creatures can be found for sale in the lonja. However, one local catch is prized above all.
This is what Huelva is famous for.
Yeah, the white prawns.
The white prawn.
Huelvan white prawns are highly valued across Spain and shipped all over Europe, with 90% passing through this market.
Before I came here, I said to people, I'm going to Huelva. They said, oh, I suppose you're going to eat white prawns. But it doesn't look very white to me.
It doesn't look white, but if you see the inside of the prawn, it's completely white.
Ah, yes. Now I understand. That's lovely. And so these are famous for their flavour?
Yeah, very tasty.
And you'll have them in the chiringuito, I hope.
Yeah, of course. I have it.
There should be no such thing as a free lunch. I do my best to help with the backlog.
Bien.
Todo recto.
Todo recto. Pero espérate, hay un impedimento aquí.
Very good. Oh, bravo.
Muy bien. That was fun.
Each tray represents a lot in the auction, and restaurateurs and wholesalers bid as produce is presented on the conveyor, including Ramon's boss and uncle, Carlos.
Oh, hello. Hello. Are you Carlos?
Yes.
I'm Michael. Very good to see you.
The auction is fully automated. The tray is up for sale as it arrives under the screen, and the bidders need lightning-quick reflexes to be successful.
So, up here, what we're seeing is the name of the boat.
Yeah.
Then
the variety of the fish.
And price. In a matter of a second, the price is dropping.
Yeah.
As soon as it reaches the price that you're willing to pay, you press the button.
It's all about holding your nerve. Press the button too soon and pay over the odds, or leave it too late and be beaten by the competition.
Before computerization, this used to be open outcry. So the fish was coming past in the same way, the price was dropping in the same way. But they were in a pit, all screaming the moment that they wanted to intervene, the moment the price was right, they would yell out. Even now, it's pretty noisy. Hasta ahora es un poco ruidoso aquí.
Antes era mucho más.
And before it was much worse. What will you be serving in the chiringuito today, do you think? What kind of fish will you have today?
Every day we have sardines, we have boquerons, anchovies, every single day.
Excellent.
Coming up, I receive a masterclass in prawn preparation.
Al agua?
Al agua va.
Sin más?
Sin más.
Muy bien.
I witnessed one of Spain's biggest mining operations.
The scale is bewildering.
And discover a slice of the home counties deep in the hills of Huelva.
There was a wall separating you from Spain.
Yes, this was an island.
Today, my exploration of Andalucía takes me off the tourist trail to a stunning coastline, less familiar to outsiders, but loved by the Spanish. A quarter of the local workforce relies on fishing. From the 500-strong fleet to the charming beach restaurants called chiringuitos, filled to bursting during the busy summer months. I've been invited to the chiringuito where Ramon works, owned by his aunt.
Dori.
Hola.
Encantado.
Encantado de conocerle, Michael.
He oído hablar de usted.
Y yo de ti.
I've heard all about you.
It's a working lunch.
How do we cook these?
Pues primero la hemos enjuagado muy bien.
Known as the pearls of Huelva, 1.5 million kilos of these white prawns are landed off Andalucía every year, and they command princely sums in restaurants throughout Spain.
Al agua?
Al agua va.
Sin más?
Sin más.
Muy bien.
Ahora tapamos y esperamos un minuto y medio.
Good heavens. So, before the water reaches boiling again, we're going to take them out. It's just about a minute. Well, she does it by sight, of course you do. So, I'm going to put them into salted, icy water, because then we will stop them cooking straight away.
Unlike their pinker cousins, these prawns aren't farmed, but fished at depths of over 150 meters in clean, fast-moving water.
Es como ha adquirido el color característico de la gamba blanca de Huelva, ¿ves?
I do see that. She's telling me that it's now gone the famous white colour.
Cooking them is a case of less is more.
Gracias, Dori.
Nada.
I've always thought the great thing about Spanish food is the quality of the ingredients. And here is a dish that I believe I could cook, because it's about 1.5 minutes in water. Simple.
Prawns blanched, my next job is to prepare the whiting.
start making all the guts out of the fish.
Ah, the intestines, here they come.
A dunk in seasoned flour and the deep fat fryer is all it takes.
Another easy dish. And now the easiest thing of all, I'm going to sit down and become a customer and eat your delicious fish. Dori, encantado. Thank you so much.
Mucho gusto en conocerle.
Encantado.
So let's go to the table.
Yes.
For lunch, Ramon and I will also be served the house special, grilled sardines. I can't imagine a better setting in which to enjoy such simple, fresh produce.
Let's begin with these marvelous white prawns.
I'm going to take one, and we peel it like this. We first get rid of the
head,
and you
give it a suck.
You have to give a taste.
They're so good, aren't they?
That's perfect. That's delicious.
It's just wonderful to think that these sardines came from that sea a few hours ago. Do you feel lucky to be from the Isla Cristina?
I don't know how lucky I am. Look at this lovely beach, this fresh food, because here in Isla Cristina, everything moves around the sea, everything. We live around the sea.
Of course, it is your life.
The sea provides a living to this region. But in the past, a natural disaster unleashed its destructive force.
There was a terrible earthquake in 1755, which is called the Lisbon earthquake, but actually it destroyed much of Andalucía and was accompanied by terrible tsunamis.
Up to 100,000 people died, with the earthquake reaching 100 miles inland, as far as where my house is in the town of Carmona.
When I bought a property in Andalucía, I asked about the possibility of earthquakes. Don't worry about that, I was told. They're only every 250 years. Ah, I said, when was the last one? 1755.
Whole swathes of this coastline were reshaped. Towns were rebuilt. From Isla Cristina to the provincial capital, the city of Huelva, which is my next destination. Today, it has the rugged feel of a commercial port. From here, Christopher Columbus prepared for the voyage that would lead him to the European discovery of the Americas. Long before that, an ancient industry had emerged that is still here today.
It's thought that the oldest mines in the world may be here in the province of Huelva, and the waters of a nearby river are stained by the minerals the color of red wine, hence in Spanish, Rio Tinto. The mines came under British ownership in 1872, and the management built a kilometre-long pier from which 150 million tons of ore will be shipped out.
The mining of iron, copper, and silver continues. My journey takes in a landscape of rolling hills. The waterways are dyed with naturally occurring iron oxide and sulfuric acid, but nothing prepares you for the mines themselves.
The scale of the extractive operations here is bewildering, difficult to comprehend. For thousands of years, mankind has been removing ore and earth, millions of tons, and the operations continue, sinking layer by layer in an attempt to satisfy the global hunger for minerals and metals.
It wasn't until the British-owned Rio Tinto Mining Corporation acquired the rights to extract copper, silver, gold, and more from this area that these mines flourished. Between 1877 and 1891, the company was the world's leading producer of copper. The British owners rewarded their workers with a touch of home, a leafy suburb built deep in the Andalusian hills named Bellavista.
Well, Bellavista was a walled enclave for the Rio Tinto Company community. The vegetation is Spanish, and the architecture, well, it has a touch of the home counties about it. not exactly British, but the sort of housing in which you could imagine British people being comfortable.
I'm here to see brother and sister Teresa and Marcos.
Well, hello.
Hello, Michael.
They grew up here with a British father and a Spanish mother.
This was our house.
Yeah?
I lived here from when I was 3 years old to 15. That was my bedroom.
Which one?
This one, on top of the front door.
Did you have a school in here?
Yes, there
yeah.
were two schools.
Two schools inside. And I said inside because there was actually a wall. Is that right? There was a wall separating you from Spain.
Yes, this was an island.
When Bellavista was built, only the British management was allowed within the walls. That didn't change until the mid-1950s. Then the Presbyterian Church was converted for Catholic use, the British-only school was desegregated, and the Spanish were finally allowed to live here. But as I walk into the estate's social club, I still feel as though I'm stepping back in time.
We walk confidently past the men-only sign because times have changed.
Yes.
Ah, nice old-fashioned bar in the social club.
Whilst the gentlemen enjoyed a brandy in the bar, the ladies would gather in the salon next door.
Oh, what a lovely big space.
Yes, yes.
Now, what did you used to get up to in here?
Mainly, women played here bridge. And then we have some festivities, like, for example, the 31st of December, we are celebrated when we celebrated the coming of the new year, we sang the song that I never remember the title, and you can say it.
Oh, come on. No. It's that hand there, that one there. There. Right, here we go.
Yeah.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and the sake of old lang syne? Did that bring back memories?
That's it. Yes.
Very good. Do you two feel like I do, an exotic mixture of heritages?
Yes. When I was studying in the secondary school, they called me the Spanish English.
I feel very close to England.
Yes.
But closer to Spain, let's say.
So I suppose you and I are different sides of the moon.
That's it.
I was brought up in Britain with a Spanish father. He used to speak to me in Spanish. I used to reply very often in English. And I love coming to Spain. I spent a lot of time in Spain, but I suppose in the end I feel more British than Spanish. But don't you think it's great to have a complex identity of nationalities?
Yes, I love it.
Coming up, I learn how Huelva shaped the modern world.
This is fantastic history. The room where Columbus used to stay is in the corner of this cloister.
And discover a subterranean wonderland.
Each chamber here is more beautiful than the last, and the phenomena more extraordinary.
I'm exploring Andalucia's lesser-known Atlantic province of Huelva. Although very popular with Spanish visitors, it feels very different from the Costa del Sol, offering a mixture of stunning coastlines and rolling countryside, alongside evidence of graft and industry. My next stop is the region's capital, the city of Huelva. Father Miguel is a monk at the Monasterio de la Rábida, where Christopher Columbus once lived.
This is fantastic history. So this is the cloister where guests could be received. And the room where Columbus used to stay is in the corner of this cloister. And he was living there with his 9-year-old son, Diego. Padre, impresionante el monasterio.
Pues sí, es un claustro mudéjar del siglo XV.
15th century cloister in the mudéjar style. So the style that the Christians took over from the Muslim architects.
Under Islamic rule, this site had been used to train warrior monks. but by 1490, Franciscan friars had replaced them.
Why did Columbus come here?
Colón vivía ya 16 años en Portugal y presentó al rey Juan II de Portugal el proyecto de ir a las Indias Orientales por un camino distinto al que se conocía.
Having failed to win funding from the Portuguese king, Columbus headed to Spain and this monastery because of its connection to Queen Isabel.
El padre Juan Pérez Superior conocía a la reina Isabel la Católica.
Bueno.
Y el padre Juan Pérez recomienda a la reina que reciba a Cristóbal Colón y lo oiga.
But when Columbus meets Queen Isabel, things don't go exactly to plan.
Porque pedía mucho y todavía no tenía nada seguro. Entonces lo despidió y Colón se iba para Francia, para que el rey de Francia pudiese aceptarle su proyecto.
But Juan Pérez has faith in Columbus's plan and fears that Queen Isabel could make a serious mistake.
Se enteró el padre Juan Pérez que estaba aquí y marchó rápidamente para Granada a hablar con la reina. Y habla con la reina y le dice que, por favor, no deje marchar a Cristóbal Colón, que es un proyecto muy importante para Castilla.
And she, convinced by Juan Pérez, summons Columbus back to Granada. And at Santa Fe, in the presence of Juan Pérez, the senior brother from here, they sign the Treaty of Santa Fe, which guarantees the project.
Columbus then spent 2 more years here, preparing for a voyage that would open the New World to the Old.
What a marvelous chapel. Qué maravilla de capilla, padre.
Sí.
Can you imagine Columbus praying in this chapel?
Pues sí, sí. Colón, evidentemente, estuvo en esta iglesia bastantes veces, pero sobre todo me lo imagino con los 97 marineros distribuidos en las 3 carabelas, oyendo misa y encomendándose a la Virgen de Santa María de la Rábida.
The monastery had played a crucial part in facilitating the voyage that would set world history on a new course. Columbus left the friars and set sail on the 3rd of August, 1492. I must also take my leave, unlike Columbus heading inland to the town of Aracena. Set around a 13th century castle built when the Christians had re-established their rule in the area, this is a quiet town of 8,000 people that attracts plenty of Spanish day trippers. These charming streets concealed a secret for many hundreds of years.
It was in Andalucía, when I was a child, that I first visited a massive underground cave. I was impressed by the stalactites and stalagmites, and by the tale that it had been discovered originally by children. Now, in the middle of Aracena, there's a cave. People lived on top of it for centuries, unsuspecting. You just never know what geology is beneath our feet. Hola, Manuel.
Hola, Michael.
Encantado.
I've come to see the ambitiously named La Gruta de las Maravillas, or the Cave of Wonders. And my guide will be Manuel, a geographer who was born in Aracena and grew up exploring these caverns.
Manuel, give me an idea of how big the cave is.
La gruta conocida a día de hoy supera los 2 kilómetros. De los 2 kilómetros se visitan de forma convencional aproximadamente unos 1.200 metros.
50 million years ago, the tectonic plates of Africa and Europe smashed into each other, leaving Andalucía with some of the finest caves in the world.
It's so beautiful. Manuel, qué maravilla. This really is awe-inspiring. This is majestic. Where are we now? ¿Dónde estamos?
Bueno, estamos en la sala que se llama Los Banquetes.
We are in the banqueting hall, and this is where the cave was first discovered in 1800?
1850.
In 1850, in 1850.
In 1915, a year after the caves opened to the paying public, King Alfonso XIII is said to have held a dinner here. Thereafter, this chamber has been known as the banqueting hall.
Oh, and now I think we come to something very special. Ah, Manuel, tell me about this, cuéntame.
Esta formación es la que nos ha traído a esta zona. La llamamos la palmatoria.
Manuel explains how the slow drip of calcium carbonate from the stalactite above has formed this candlestick-like stalagmite below. Columbus set sail 5 centuries ago. It's like the blinking of an eye. Beneath the ground, geology is measured in millions of years.
Oh my. Around every bend there's a new thing of beauty. Here, a stalagmite and a stalactite have almost joined together. Give it a few tens of thousands of years.
The alternation of tight tunnels and majestic caverns attracted Hollywood in the 1950s and 60s, the weird rockscapes providing perfect locations for sci-fi movies.
Each chamber here is more beautiful than the last, and the phenomena more extraordinary. Here the calcite is gradually advancing across the pool like ice across a pond. And in front of me, the stalactites are cascading down like a giant's petrified waterfall. Manuel, what pleasure do you get out of showing people the cave?
Es un privilegio trabajar en la cueva, enseñársela a las personas, ver la cara de felicidad cuando entran en estos espacios, cuando ven estas formaciones.
I found it a humbling place to visit, putting humankind's brief history into perspective.
Manuel says we're so lucky to be able to go inside the earth and observe what it looks like, and that gives us a responsibility to look after it.
Back above ground, and weary from my adventure, I check into Aracena's Hotel Convento.
Hello?
Michael Portillo.
Just a second, please.
I am so charmed to stay in this 17th century convent, recently converted into a spa hotel, that it could be habit-forming.
Why stay in a hotel that used to be in a convent? I'm tempted to say that none's better.
Coming up, I'll finish my journey through Huelva's hidden wonders, meeting some pampered pigs.
Porquero is personal trainer for pigs.
the pork herd.
And I'm schooled in the ways of a professional jamón carver.
Already getting better. Ha-ha!
I'm ending my journey through the Andalucian province of Huelva in the Aracena mountain range in the north of this industrious region. Here I'll discover the rich produce of the land in an area famous for farming pigs. The average Spaniard eats over 50 kilograms of pork a year, and at the pinnacle of culinary perfection is jamón ibérico de bellota, a ham prized for its nutty flavor from pigs that have been fed in the wild on acorns. Domingo's family has been rearing pigs here for 200 years.
Hello,
Hi,
Domingo.
How are you?
Very nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
What a beautiful place.
Hombre, it's an excellent place to live, really. Corte Concepción, the best.
And the pigs are here?
Yes, are so near. We can go walking, it's very easy.
We head out into the dehesa, a pasture sheltered by cork and home oak trees, which is found across Andalucía. Here the pigs range freely, feasting from the ground.
And here is very important, is the place where pigs are walking all day looking for something to eat. Many times we have the mushrooms here. You and me is not possible to see. They don't see, but they can smell it.
They smell them, they dig them up.
Exactly.
Well, here are the pigs. How old are these pigs, Domingo?
These pigs are around 12 months or 12 to 13 months. Manolo, how are you?
Manolo, ven a saludar, ¿qué tal?
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Domingo's brother Manolo makes sure that the pigs stick to their proper diet and get enough exercise.
Portillo is personal trainer for pigs.
The pork herd. When is the season of the acorns? ¿Cuándo es la temporada de las bellotas?
A partir del día 20 de octubre ya se puede dar con un palo a los árboles y se van cayendo las bellotas. E interesa que el animal tenga mucha barriga, mucho estómago, para que coma mucha bellota y transforme ese fruto en peso, en cobertura de grasa.
And they develop their muscles because they're constantly walking up and down the hillside.
Some 30,000 pigs a year are raised in the region under these strict conditions.
How much space does each pig have? How much area?
At least 1 or 1.5 hectare per one animal.
That's an extraordinary ratio.
These pigs live rigorously controlled lives to meet Iberico quality standards. That's the first step in creating this most particular ham.
Domingo, this cellar is the most amazing sight. There must be thousands of hams here, and the fragrance completely fills the room. It's magnificent.
After the hams are cured in a special mix of salt, Domingo must be patient.
How many years of growing are necessary?
At least, according to the law, you need 2.5 years, but even 2 and 3.5, maybe 4.
The hams are moved through a series of sealed and ventilated aging cellars before they're officially certified as Jabugo Iberico ham, if the inspector is happy.
Domingo, tell me what conditions you have to satisfy to qualify for the protected denomination of Jabugo ham.
Well, nowadays is the hardest protection of quality ham in all around the world. They are going to come from 3 to 5 times, and they are going to check the animals don't come to your feet, because it means you feed the animals. How many acorns and grass you have in the field. Even the inspectors, they have to check the excrements in order to be absolutely sure they have a natural food and they don't need cereals.
It's time to taste what results from all that effort. And for that we need a cortador de jamón, a professional ham slicer, like the highly decorated Fernando.
Asociación Sevillana de Cortadores de Jamón, the Seville Association of Ham Cutters. ¿Y aquí?
Asociación Nacional de Cortadores de Jamón.
The National Association as well, my goodness. ¿Son muchos ustedes? Are there lots of cortadores de jamón in Spain?
Sí, yo creo que la Asociación Nacional está en torno a unos 300 cortadores.
About 300 in the National Association. Because I've noticed that people not only like to have a ham, but they like almost the cabaret of someone cutting the ham for them.
Sí, claro, después del gran trabajo que hacen los ganaderos, los secaderos y demás, llega el último eslabón, que es cuando vamos a degustar el producto, y aquí también nosotros echamos una manita a los cortadores para que llegue al plato de la mejor forma posible.
Let's see the knife skills that won Fernando all those badges.
He's keeping the cut, the surface of the ham, parallel with the table, taking little slices, and each slice contains a little bit of fat at the top. And you can see that every slice is pretty much uniform, pretty much the same. But seriously, how long did it take you until you could be that good?
Ahora, pues, unos 30 años o así.
30 years. 30 years of cutting ham. I'd quite like to have a go at this, but I'll try this third cut, which is less important, less valuable. What you definitely need to do is keep your other hand well out of the way. Un poco grueso, ¿no? It's a bit...
Va estupendo.
No.
Bueno,
Me ha quedado corto.
Mucho mejor.
Already getting better. Aha! What makes this so tricky is that you're meant to get the slice as thin as possible, of course, because it's much easier to eat if it's really slender. Fernando.
Dígame.
It's going to take me a long time to get the badge.
I think I'll try one of Fernando's slices rather than mine.
I recommend you put the slice over your hand and you cover with the other hand 3-4 seconds. Color of the fat turn from white to transparent.
Ooh.
1, 2. Now when you open...
Already, can I open?
You should smell it.
Oh, my goodness, the fragrance is
You
fantastic.
see, so shining, sweating.
I don't know how to describe it, Domingo. I just know that it is absolutely superb. It has the most wonderful texture. It's completely soft. And the flavor is explosive.
Huelva is not yet a place that I know well, but it will be. I'll return, following the scent of the sea and the ham.
I think Spanish cuisine is one of the best in the world. It's not generally elaborate, but it has outstanding ingredients. The Spaniard loves to cook fresh fish and seafood from the bounteous seas that surround the Iberian Peninsula. And Iberico ham is a staple at any celebration. And the pigs are free range and they've eaten acorns from the rich red earth. I've been able to go beneath the surface of that earth, which of course has also yielded a haul of minerals. It's been fascinating to move away from the icons that the tourist associates with Andalucía and instead glimpse its economic and culinary wealth.
I'm on Andalucia's Atlantic coast, where I will show you a port so ancient that other historic cities look young by comparison.
There are some within Spain who would describe Andalucía as sleepily provincial. Too far from the big cities, largely agricultural. But I will show you Cádiz, a city of 3,000 years of history. One of the most important ports of the old world, from which Europeans made voyages of discovery that opened up the riches of the globe to our ancestors. And I'll recall links between Britain and Spain that have reinforced my already strong sense of connection to this exotic region.
In all of Europe, Cádiz is one of the oldest inhabited cities. It stands defiantly on a narrow peninsula that juts into the Atlantic Ocean, pointing towards the Americas. A city that's evolved over millennia of maritime trade, feats of navigation, and fearsome naval battles. Where, amongst cadets who stand tall, I'll pull my weight.
Come on! Corriendo! Running all the time, corriendo!
Infiltrate a highly competitive sherry tasting contest.
For many British people, the image of sherry is a dusty old bottle that Granny keeps in her cupboard. That is a far cry from the excitement that has gripped this crowd of people.
And harvest the salt of the earth.
Manuel, are you happy with my progress?
Yes, you are doing it very well.
Carried on the tide from the sea.
It's excellent. Cádiz stands on a peninsula with a fine bay at its back, and so the city is completely surrounded by water. And water has been its business for countless centuries. It was made the principal port for the Spanish Empire to trade with its Latin American colonies, and through here passed unmeasurable riches, and some of it stuck. The population grew, and they grew in wealth, and they built lofty houses from which they could survey the horizon for approaching galleons.
In September 1493, Christopher Columbus set sail from Cádiz on his second voyage to the Americas. Today, the same port hosts 15 magnificent sailing craft which have just completed the annual tall ships race that started in England at Falmouth. And this year it celebrates the first circumnavigation of the globe by Ferdinand Magellan and Sebastián Elcano over 500 years ago. I've been invited on board the Cuauhtémoc, an 80-meter-long tall ship used by the Mexican Navy to train its naval officer cadets.
Hi, good morning. I'm Cadet Colorado.
Good morning, I'm Cadet Caballero.
Luis Antonio.
Yeah.
Very good to see you. Let's take a walk around the ship.
Sure.
When you're moving from one place to another, for example, when you cross the Atlantic, was that under sail?
Most of the days were by sail. We were sailing through the Atlantic Ocean, but sometimes we weren't able to catch the wind properly, and we had to use the engine.
Luis Antonio, I would be terrified to go up there. Do you go up there?
Yeah, I'm also terrified sometimes, but you get used to it.
What's that you're holding in your hand?
This is a whistle. We use this for hoisting sails.
Officers tell us the instructions by playing the whistle.
Between the 15th and 19th centuries, tall-masted ships ruled the waves. In 1492, they carried Christopher Columbus to the Americas. 300 years later, just southeast of here, the British Royal Navy was victorious at the Battle of Trafalgar, under the command of Lord Nelson, one of history's greatest naval officers who perished during the engagement. Today's tall ships come in many classes and sizes. The Cuauhtémoc, named after Mexico's last Aztec emperor, was delivered to the Mexican Navy in 1982 and has sailed over 500,000 nautical miles since. Today, it's home to 286 officers and crew. Maybe mistaken for a recruit, I'm roped in to hoist sail.
We're gonna take this line and
Yep.
we're gonna run in a circle
Right.
until we see the sail up.
Okay, fantastic. Vamos! Come on! Adelante!
Yeah, like that, in a circle.
Corriendo! Running all the time, corriendo!
How was it?
It was tough. One sail.
Yeah.
All that effort. There she is. A result.
Coming up, I sample a lively blind tasting competition.
I think that's a surprise result.
Travel 3,000 years back in time.
Pilar, where on earth have you brought me?
We're actually descending through history right now.
And join the watch for incoming galleons.
A ship would go from here and not be heard of for months. They might all be dead, killed by pirates.
I'm on Andalucia's Atlantic coast, showing you Cádiz, whose maritime history was hugely important to the development of Spain. Through this gateway flowed the riches of the New World, nicknamed the Global Emporium. The city attracted traders from across the known world to do business. But its history as a centre of commerce goes back thousands of years before Europeans discovered the Americas. Hola, Pilar.
Hola.
How lovely to see you. Local guide and historian Pilar will educate me. The briefing on Cádiz begins with the sampling of local delicacies.
Have you ever tried these kind of things from Cádiz?
I've seen these little sea creatures. What are they?
They are called camarones.
Camarones.
Yeah, those are called tortillita de camarones, which is actually like a little omelette, you could say.
Does it have any egg in it?
It does not. It's actually a little bit of flour, and it's a really old recipe from Cádiz.
After you.
Yeah, sure. We take a little bit out of it.
They're so nice, aren't they?
Aren't they? Yeah.
Look at them, little pig creatures.
Yeah. And then these are my favorite.
Now, what meat is that?
It's called chicharrones. You slice it really, really thin.
This is a slice of pork.
Yeah.
Look at it, it's absolutely paper thin, isn't it?
Sometimes you put a little bit of lemon on top of it, a little salt. But if it's really good, you don't really need none of that.
Tell me a little bit about Cádiz, but what's it like to live here?
The character of the city is a bit different from other places. Since we're so close to the sea, we have a huge relationship with water. I actually have a little map in here, which you can really see how it's changed. So, as you can see, the city was divided by this channel.
Does this channel still exist?
Of course not. We would be actually right on top of it right now. The harbour nowadays is around this area.
What a fantastic thought that for 3,000 years there's been a harbour there. That's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. All goes back to the Phoenicians.
In the 3,000 years since the Phoenicians founded Cádiz, the channel that once divided it has silted up, creating the city on a peninsula as we know it today. The Phoenicians came originally from what we now call Lebanon. They were renowned mariners and shipbuilders, and Cádiz was one of their earliest settlements in the Western Mediterranean. Pilar has been involved in revealing to the public one of the oldest archaeological sites in the city, uncovered in the basement of a former flamenco bar.
So we're actually descending through history right now. We're right in front of the wall of the harbor of the Phoenician era. We're talking 3rd century BC, long time ago. So you must be imagining a little bit of us coming in a boat. This is what would welcome us to the city.
Squatting under the modern city is this dry dock where the Phoenicians built and maintained their fleet of ships.
So we would be right underneath the boats, like we're in a pit right now. The tides of the channel would get the boats in with a rope system too, and then right underneath the boats we would kind of like fix them, whatever was needed to be done.
We'd be working above our heads like this.
Exactly. This is kind of like a sloped structure so that it was easier for the boats to kind of like go back into the sea for its launching.
Yes.
So right now we would be in the higher bit of the dry dock, and we would be, right underneath the boats.
This is fascinating. It reveals so much about the civilization, about its technology, about its ingenuity.
Right in this bit right now, one of my favorite spots of the whole archaeological place. If you look at the ceiling, you can really see the oyster stone sediment. You can really see the little seashells, the remains from the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and the sand, which it was also. There we go. It's really noticeable. This would also act as like the cementation of the whole city.
So the rock is held together in part by all these remains of sea creatures.
Exactly, it fossilizes.
Next time I eat an oyster, I'm going to remember that it will last a great deal longer than I will.
Sure.
Centuries of history are enough to fill me with awe. But in Cádiz, we're dealing with 3 millennia, which is hard to grasp. The city's position on the Atlantic made it the perfect trading post for the Phoenicians, and that remained true for the many successive civilizations which ruled over this part of Spain. The maritime character of the city shaped the smart townhouses in the northwestern neighborhood of San Carlos.
A delicious sea breeze confirms that I haven't come far from the port. And in the 18th century, this was the fashionable quarter of Cádiz for rich merchants to build sumptuous houses. And from here, they could keep an anxious eye on their valuable cargoes arriving in port across hostile seas.
One of those merchant houses is now a hotel where I will stay.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Michael Portillo.
Lourdes Conde.
Lourdes.
This is your room number, it's 202, second floor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lourdes.
Pleasure.
When this fine mansion was built, Cádiz was the richest city in Spain, thanks to the lucrative trade with the Americas. The house's original owner was a self-made man from Damascus called Fraguela. 18th century merchants equipped their houses with watchtowers to scan the seas, keeping alert for returning vessels.
Now, you have to imagine that in the days before electronic communication, a ship would go from here and not be heard of for months. They might all be dead, killed by pirates or by storms or by tropical diseases. And the first news after all that time would be the appearance of a mast and a standard on the horizon. And from the tower, the merchants could communicate with flags. They could find out from the ships what cargo they were carrying. They could even set the prices and steal a march on the competition.
Surrounded on 3 sides by the Atlantic, Cádiz became modern Spain's principal trading port from the 17th century onwards. Just 14 miles inland, there's another fine city. It has no access to the sea, but may be better known to the world than Cádiz, for Jerez is at the heart of sherry making. Since the 14th century, this area of gentle rolling hills planted with vines experienced its own golden age of trade, in particular with England. And although I never visited here with my father, he felt an association with this place during the long years of exile from his homeland.
When I was growing up in England, my exiled Spanish father might feel a bit less homesick if he bought a bottle of sherry, which he consumed as an aperitif before lunch on Sunday. But I've discovered in Andalucía that once you've taken the cork out of the bottle, you must never put it back. Sherry doesn't keep any more than any other wine. And my friends at Andalucía, they will put a couple of bottles of pale sherry in ice buckets on the lunch table, and they'll experiment to see with what foods it can be paired. And in my experience, the answer is most.
If your only experience of sherry is the sweet wine that your grandmother serves at Christmas, a trip to the sherry capital of Jerez will open your eyes. My visit coincides with the city's annual grape harvest festival. And down this back street, I've been invited to sniff out a local society of sherry aficionados.
Don Luis. Michael Portillo. Encantado.
Bienvenido.
Es usted el presidente, ¿no?
El presidente de la sociedad.
Luis and his son Francisco run the annual sherry tasting competition, where members of the association pit their palates, one against another.
So we have 7 different types of wines, and they have to know the grapes, the type of wine, the winery, and then the name.
It's a knockout competition.
Yeah.
Having slurped their way through 2 days of heats, these teams are in the grand final. And, commendably, they're still compos mentis.
Hello, may I join you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm Michael.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Antonio, nice to meet you.
Hello, Antonio. Antonella, are you a professional in the wine business?
No, I'm a doctor. I am a vascular surgery, but I like wine.
My kind of people. But could I earn a place on the team?
So here we have 7 wines. The most obvious thing is that they're very different in colour. This one region produces such an enormous variety of different wines.
Yes.
I mean, in English we talk about sherry.
Sherry. Yes.
But you know, that is a word that covers, what, maybe 100 different wines or something like that.
Yes, of course. Because sherry is fino sherry, oloroso sherry, amontillado. They are all sherries, different kinds of sherries.
Palomino grape is the base for most of the wines.
And yet, having one grape as the base, nonetheless we get this enormous variety. Maybe we'll start with this one.
First thing we notice is the color.
Yes.
You say it's a pale one, and the pale wines normally are manzanillas, finos, or lost finos, which are the most difficult wines to identify.
Smells like a palomino grape.
I think it's a manzanilla.
Yeah.
Whoa!
It's a manzanilla.
It's a manzanilla. Well, that's very good.
1 out of 1. Not bad for a beginner.
Now try the 4. 4 is
Number 4
is a challenge.
Now this is also pale, so it could also be either a manzanilla or a fino.
This one is.
It's a fino.
It's fino, yes.
More dry.
I think I better quit while I'm ahead, actually.
With the clock counting down, some teams have yet to submit their answers.
Hola.
Hola.
How well did it go for you today?
Bueno.
Bueno.
Un poco difícil.
Which was the most difficult?
The number 3.
Why was that difficult? Yes.
Diferente. El aroma es parecido. Te puede confundir porque puede ser un vino. La uva es la misma.
You think it was amontillado?
Pero era oloroso.
You thought it was amontillado and it was oloroso.
El pasarlo bien.
Gracias, sí. Lo han pasado bien, ¿verdad?
Ese es el fondo.
Por la fiesta.
Test papers submitted. Don Luis must mark the answers.
Luis, ¿qué tal la calidad este año? Buena calidad de la gente, quiero decir. Sí. How have you enjoyed yourselves today? Have you had a good day?
We had a very good day.
Yes. ¿A usted le gustan mucho los vinos?
Bueno, sí, me gustan mucho los vinos, no voy a mentir.
It was successful, I think, but even if we lose, we're happy.
You've had fun.
With the counting done, it's time to announce the winners.
Le agradezco muchísimo que esté hoy con nosotros y sin más voy a proceder por el segundo premio con 56 puntos. Es para el equipo Los Espirriaques. Y ahora, sin más, el primer premio
First prize.
de la quinta edición es para el equipo de Las Últimas.
I think that's a surprise result. All the women in the room are pleased that it's a women's team that has won. And I think it was unexpected. Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
For many British people, the image of sherry is a dusty old bottle that Granny keeps in her cupboard and brings out once a year at Christmas. That is a far cry from the excitement that has gripped this crowd of people, as there's been a winner in the sherry tasting competition, and the girls have won.
Coming up, I discover a cathedral of sherry.
Oh, Victoria, this is an amazing sight. Pour myself into the skills of a venenciador.
Sube, sube, sube y posiciona la copa. Ahí.
And learn how sherry and flamenco combine to make great art. It's my second day around the ancient port city of Cádiz and its neighbour Jerez, the capital of sherry. For hundreds of years, both these towns prospered through trade with Europe and the New World. My hotel displays its maritime heritage. It was the home of a successful merchant who needed watchtowers over the sea. Whoa! A little surveillance hole for spying on rivals undetected. This morning I'm in Jerez, the largest of the three main sherry-producing towns in this region, known as the Sherry Triangle, and the one after which the drink is named. The word sherry is an anglicisation of Jerez, or, to give it its full name, Jerez de la Frontera, one of a number of towns in this region named as being on the frontier, a reference to the centuries-old front line between the Muslims who had invaded from Africa and the Christians. And there is indeed here at the heart a castle, an alcázar, built by a Muslim dynasty, which was ousted by King Alfonso X of Castile in 1264. Legend has it that the king was helped by 24 Christian knights to take the city back from Muslim control. One of them, a man named Valdespino, was rewarded for his bravery with lands around Jerez. Today, Bodegas Valdespino is amongst the oldest sherry wineries and is now part of a much larger commercial group. I've come to meet the chief winemaker. Hello, Victoria.
Hello, Michael.
To learn how this iconic drink is produced and matured. What a beautiful building. Oh, Victoria, this is very beautiful as well. It's an amazing sight. How many barrels, how many casks do you have here?
Here we have 25,000 casks.
25,000 casks. It's absolutely extraordinary. And these are many different wines that you're making.
Sí, aquí tenemos todo, pues desde finos, amontillados, palos cortados, moscatel, Pedro Jiménez, cream, tenemos todos los tipos de vino.
¿Por qué tienen que ser tan largos? Why do they have to be so extensive?
Es porque en su época el vino de Jerez fue muy grande. Lo más típico aquí en nuestra zona es edificios altos, que el vino se mantenga fresco.
These enormous barrel stores are known as cathedral bodegas because of their high ceilings and towering columns. Hot air rises, drawing in cooler air below, which creates the perfect conditions for the wines to age. Inside the cask, a layer of yeast forms, which protects the sherry from oxidation. A highly entertaining part of the process is testing how the wine is progressing. And Victoria has chosen a pale dry variety called Fino for us to probe. Ah, Victoria, this is, if I'm correct, this is Venencia, yes?
Venecia, sí.
And, you know, sometimes in my house in Spain, I will hold a party,
Yeah.
and I'll get a man to come, a venenciador,
Mhm.
who is so expert at getting the sherry out of the cask and then pouring it into a glass. We do that for my guests as a sort of entertainment, but there must be a serious reason for this existing.
El instrumento de trabajo en la bodega es es la venencia, porque es la forma que tenemos de sacar muestra y para poderla catar. Entonces,
¿Quiere demostrármelo?
sí, claro. Entonces, nosotros lo que hacemos es metemos la venencia, damos un golpecito, así, y ahora...
Oh. Well, you know that I'm going to have a go at this, don't you?
Toda tuya.
So, thus.
Sí. Tienes que subir, sube, sube, sube y posiciona la copa ahí.
Come on. About 40%, I think. ¿Qué le falta? How long to go for this wine?
Este vino estamos en mitad, más o menos le quedaría aproximadamente pues unos 4 añitos.
Just 4 years short of perfection.
Yeah. El color pálido, pero porque está protegido por el velo de flor.
It
Por
is
eso
the
tiene ese
layer,
color, exacto.
it is the layer of yeast that keeps it nice and pale.
Eso es.
Estupendo.
It's a rare privilege to sample sherry straight from the barrel in such a spectacular setting.
Here in Jerez, the production of sherry wines created and sustained an aristocracy, amongst whom I've made some good friends, and which has links with its opposite numbers in the drinks industry in Britain. And then in this region of contrast, another thing for which Jerez is noted is flamenco, which is very much a music of the people.
My next stop is one of the city's many tabanco bars,
Hola! Que lo pasen bien!
where sherry is drunk and flamenco performed. Having learnt about flamenco dancing in Granada, I'm investigating why Jerez is one of the centres of flamenco guitar. I'm meeting Noah, a renowned Israeli guitarist, to learn more.
Hello, Noah.
Hello.
What a pleasure to meet you. I'm Michael.
Nice to meet you. Good afternoon.
Now, I believe that you're not Spanish, you're not Andalus, but you play flamenco guitar.
Yes.
How is that
I have a
possible?
lot of nerve.
Were you already a guitar player?
Yes.
But
Yes.
not flamenco?
No.
Why is flamenco different from anything that you've played before?
In flamenco, the guitar is the only instrument on stage. Then you have singers and people dancing and clapping hands, but the only instrument is the guitar, and you can do so much. For example, we use a lot the guitar like a drum also. So this kind of sound you can't hear. Influences from Arabic music, from Christian music, traditional Spanish music, Jewish music is there, African music is there. Yeah, the rhythms we play, like the 12-beat rhythm that is very common to Jerez. 1.
Was there a reason for playing and studying flamenco in Jerez?
When I heard flamenco for the first time, it was in Granada. So I started taking lessons, and some people told me that I should go to Jerez and see for myself that flamenco is in every corner and the best guitar players are here, and it's true.
I think of sherry, and I think of flamenco as being a very popular thing. How are the two connected? How do they coexist?
Amazingly. It's a very good combination. The wine, it has a lot of soul, and it really reminds of flamenco. They have the same character. Since flamenco is usually played in places where people usually drink, and vice versa.
People have great rhythm here. I have none, but I noticed that amongst my friends, they have rhythm.
They have rhythm.
It's extraordinary.
If you stay here for, like, let's say 3 to 6 months, you will have rhythm too.
Oh, do you think so?
Yeah. It's in the air, in the water, in the wine.
Will you play me something, please?
Of course, with pleasure. This is called Corazón Oscuro, Dark Heart.
Coming up, I earn my salt during the harvest.
My net is beautifully filling with salt.
And am rewarded for my labour.
It's excellent. The tomato is fantastic, and then the salt is just bringing out the flavour.
It's my final day on Andalucia's Atlantic coast, exploring the ancient port city of Cádiz and its prosperous neighbour, the sherry capital of Jerez. Lying between the two is Spain's largest tidal wetland. It's at the heart of yet another of Andalucia's ancient trades, again dating back to the Phoenicians. Here, one of the Earth's most valued minerals is still harvested from the salt marshes.
There's an expression, the salt of life, which conveys the importance of salt to our existence. Roman soldiers were paid in salt, the origin of the word salary. A salad was originally salted leaves. Today, salt continues to be used to enhance the flavour of our food, but it's also a staple of the chemicals industry. And in Spanish, if I describe a person as salty or salado, it means witty or entertaining. And I'm about to meet a family which is salty in every way.
In fact, Manuel's family is the last remaining artisanal salt producer in this part of Cádiz.
Manuel, help me to interpret this landscape. I'm seeing pools of water, but at different levels of fullness, in a way. What's going on here?
Well, all these salt works have been dug in the marsh. And so we manage the water by gravity. So we don't need to put more energy in the system.
Interesting, yeah. So the water flows in originally from the sea?
Yes, with the tide. When the tide's up, we open the gate, put the water in the first tank, and after that, we need to increase the salinity from 5 degrees of salinity at the beginning to 25 at the end, just here.
Right. With gravity, the water is moving from there to here.
Yes.
And increasing in salinity as it goes.
Yes.
Okay, so is this the stage at which you harvest it?
Yes.
Cádiz was once the centre of the world's salt trade, exporting 300,000 tonnes a year. Salt was an absolute necessity for preserving food in the days before refrigeration. Today, Manuel's family still harvest it by hand, as the Phoenicians did. Most is dredged from the many man-made pools, but a much finer, more delicate variety gathers on the surface.
So, this is the flour of the salt, is it?
Yes, this is a famous flour of salt.
Flour of salt. That sounds very, very special.
It is floating on the surface of these little tanks, and so we harvest it here. This one for you.
Right. You could catch butterflies with this.
Yes.
So do we stay out of the water or in the water?
No, we are being out of the water.
Okay. What's the technique?
The technique is so, putting it just in the surface.
Yeah.
And when you put in the surface, turn to the left.
Yes.
I'm doing that.
Okay.
You can feel and hear how it crashes.
Yes. My net is beautifully filling with salt. But you do have to be careful, firstly, to get the salt in the net and no mud, and also the bank is giving way under my foot. Manuel, are you happy with my progress?
Yes, absolutely. You are doing it very well. Lovely. And so, without touching the bottom,
I've got
just at the end, push it up.
Oh, of course.
And so.
And this is the net result.
Our scoop is now decanted.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And will be left for 2 days to dry out in the Andalusian sun. This hand-harvested sea salt is sustainable and contains a range of natural minerals, unlike most industrially produced table salt. It's also part of a cultural tradition that Manuel's father, Don Manuel, is fighting to preserve.
Don Manuel, ¿qué tal?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo andamos?
What does it mean to you to maintain this heritage?
Esperemos que no se pierda del todo, porque de las 160 que quedemos una, quiere decir mucho esto, ¿eh? De modo que eso es orgullo más que nada.
He has dedicated his life to the salt flats, working here for the past 70 years, having started alongside his own father when he was 16.
Esto es un orgullo, primero que los hijos hayan apostado por ella para que no se pierda lo que es una escultura, es tradición. Tomate va a ser una demostración del distinto sabor que tiene un tipo de sal y otra sal.
So we have put a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, and now we are going to put here a little of your floral salt.
Aha, with the fingers.
Yes, please.
Con los dedos.
Okay.
Okay.
So, it's the moment to prove it.
It's excellent. The tomato is fantastic, and then the salt is just bringing out the flavour.
Yes.
It melts into the tomato.
Into the tomato.
Absolutely wonderful. What would be the difference between that and a mass-produced industrial table salt?
Well, this salt is less salty, but more flavor. Just because the magnesium gives to it a little bit of bitter, and the potassium gives it acid.
The determination to keep a centuries-old legacy alive glows brightly in both father and son. The commitment to understand history and to maintain tradition inspires those that I've met in Cádiz and Jerez. The past has put down very long roots in this part of Andalucía, and that moves me. Here I also feel the strong bonds forged over centuries between Spain and Britain.
At Trafalgar, close to here, Admiral Horatio Nelson defeated the French and the Spanish. And whilst France quickly recovered, Spain went into 2 centuries of economic decline and political disaster. And Cádiz, whose prosperity had been based on the port and the navy, went from being a global hub to a provincial backwater. But after Trafalgar, the Spanish and the British became allies against Napoleon. And the close friendships that were made between the two helped the sherry trade in Jerez to boom. Today, like most of Andalucía, this region is a joyous magnet for visitors.
Cádiz lured the Phoenicians, received the wealth of the New World, and now beckons you. My Andalusian journey draws near to its conclusion in the city that's closest to my heart. I fell for Sevilla some years ago, and I set up my Spanish home not far away. The city impresses me on every visit.
My tour of Andalucía ends in Sevilla, a major city, massively enriched by gold from Latin America during the days of empire, with one of the greatest cathedrals in Europe, opulent palaces and a celebrated bull ring, and a magnet for gastronomes. And what a way to see it, approaching from the Guadalquivir, the river that gave it its importance and its wealth.
My historic house is in the ancient town of Carmona. I renovated a ruin 12 years ago, and it's my home in Andalucía.
We discovered Roman mosaics, 3 of them.
I invite you to celebrate the end of my tour alongside the friends and neighbours who welcome me to this splendid region of Spain with such conviviality.
Today, I'm going to show you my Andalucía.
40 miles from the wild Atlantic, on the banks of the mighty Guadalquivir River, Sevilla is Andalucia's largest city and has been central to the region's identity for over 2,000 years. As in all Andalucia's great cities, the monuments tell us about the civilizations of the past. The Islamic period, which lasted centuries, has left marks on architecture and culture.
The Tower of Gold, was part of a system of defences around the city built by the Almohad dynasty. And lovely though it is incomplete without its twin, which stood on the opposite bank of the Guadalquivir River. And it was possible to stretch an enormous chain between the two to scupper enemy shipping. Later, under the Spanish Empire, galleons from the New World, groaning under the weight of gold, would disgorge their cargoes into the fortification. All across Sevilla, there are buildings from the Islamic era that were repurposed during the Christian period, evidence indeed of past glories and that they were transient.
That transition of civilizations produced a magnificent outcome in Sevilla's cathedral, adapted from a 12th century mosque. Today it's the largest Gothic cathedral in the world.
The cathedral spire is in two parts. There is a square tower that was built during the Islamic period. There's an almost identical one in Marrakesh by the same architect. And then in the Christian period, the rather Baroque bit at the end was added on. It's called after the weather vane at the top, which consists of a woman holding a shield. And she gyrates. She is, in Spanish, the lady who gyrates, La Giralda.
It took over a century to complete the cathedral. It was intended to display the might of the Spanish Empire and the huge wealth that came from its conquest of the Americas. And Christopher Columbus was given a lavish tomb.
Inside the cathedral lies the body of Christopher Columbus. Or is that a lie? He died in northern Spain. He was brought to Seville. Then the corpse was taken to Santo Domingo because that was in a territory that he had founded. But when the Spanish lost that at the end of the 18th century, he was taken to Cuba. When they lost Cuba at the end of the 19th century, he was brought back to Seville. Or was he? Because in Santo Domingo, they think that the wrong body was brought back and that he never left there at all. And so, whether you're in the old world that he left or the new world that he opened up to Europeans, you can visit the remains of Christopher Columbus.
Since then, Sevilla has moved with the times. Proud history is boldly juxtaposed with modernity.
Adolfo!
Michael.
So good to see you. How are you?
Welcome again to Seville.
It's nice to be back.
Adolfo is one of the people who over the years has introduced me to the city. Like me, he isn't originally from here, but he's very much at home now.
When you didn't live here, what did you think of Sevilla?
You know, first time that I came, it was when I was 18. I realized that I had found my place in Earth.
Do you know what it is about the way of life that you enjoy so much?
It is conservative in a way, and the other way, it's an open city and friendly city. All the people is welcome. It's both things at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I think. It is. It's a city of contrasts and paradoxes.
Okay, let's go.
The mix of traditional and modern is evident everywhere. This street was the commercial heart of Sevilla in the 15th century, lined with cobblers and blacksmiths. Today, fast fashion is found alongside bespoke tailoring, for which Sevilla is renowned.
Adolfo, what a lovely hat shop.
Yeah, well, it's an emblematic shop, probably the oldest hat shop here in Seville.
I love this elegant hat. This is always worn in the feria, isn't it?
Yeah.
This broad brim.
It's the one that is used for riding the horses in the fair.
And what do you think? I think it's a bit too loud in red. Even I think it's too loud in red. but the greys are very elegant, aren't they?
Yeah.
Here there are other grey. Oh, what about this?
This is like, well, the typical ones from the 19th century.
Hola.
Hola.
¿Qué tal?
¿Qué
Hola,
tal?
Cristina.
Yo quisiera probarme un sombrero de ala ancha y mi amigo un caladés.
It's going to be my first time with the Calañés hat.
Lo que pasa es que tiene la cabeza un poco larga.
Oh, I've got an elongated head, apparently, so difficult to fit, difficult to fit.
You look fantastic.
Well,
Yeah, I love
if I may say so, anyone would look fantastic. That is such an elegant hat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, what about his calañés?
Y además es más de hombre.
Like that?
Oh, Adolfo. That is amazing.
It doesn't fit.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think...
Without glasses?
Yeah,
oh,
without
my
glasses, I think
goodness.
better, no?
Dating back to 1896, this family-owned hat shop sells all traditional styles, from the Andalucian wide-brimmed hat, sported at the region's ferias, to classic caps and Astrakhan monteras worn by matadors. Another thing catches my eye.
What is this machine here?
Yeah, it's very old too.
What does it do?
It's to take your head shape.
This hat shaper was invented in France in the 19th century.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know.
Movable metal arms, resembling typewriter levers, are moulded around the skull.
Yeah.
Ouch!
Painfully.
No, now.
Once locked on, a scale representation of my head shape is produced.
Right.
Finish.
My head is like that.
Yeah, so more or less like this one.
Wow. I have problems.
Like a potato.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Have to get one of those.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Cristina.
Bye-bye.
Gracias.
Hey.
When Sevilla's oldest hat shop first opened, there was already a food market at La Encarnación, with more than 400 stalls. Today, the market remains in place, but above it has sprouted a radical reincarnation. This is the Metropole Parasol, but everyone knows it by the nickname Las Setas, the mushrooms of Sevilla. Completed in 2011, it resembles a giant piece of flat-pack furniture, and it may be the largest wooden structure in the world. Its rooftop walkway is now one of the most popular visitor attractions in Sevilla, and the mushrooms are a challenging newcomer to the city's skyline.
Adolfo, these so-called mushrooms are extraordinary. They give us a fantastic view of Sevilla. Was this a controversial development?
Yeah, absolutely. It was because, well, it's in conflict with the rest of the city. There was people against and fighting against the construction, but I love it.
Why?
Because I think that Seville needs also to have that kind of new icons, and you can see everything, the whole city.
Sevilla is a bastion of tradition, yet it embraces the new, both socially and architecturally.
And now we really have a fantastic view over Sevilla. Really, it's a great success. Adolfo, you and your friends have been a big part of welcoming me to Sevilla. I felt it's been a privilege to be associated with this city. I have had so many wonderful times here. It has brought me great joy, and I just thank you so much for your part in all that.
Well, I hope that you can enjoy Seville many, many times.
I've probably got a year or two left.
Coming up, I check into a hotel that bears the name of a king.
This will do. Royally.
I turn my hand to a colourful Andalucian craft.
Oh, I'm concentrating so hard here, Miguel.
And celebrate the end of my odyssey with Andalucian passion. I'm exploring Andalucia's capital city, Sevilla, home to some of its best architecture, ancient and modern. Orange trees adorn the streets, but they bear a bitter fruit. From the 17th century, the British discovered a taste for Seville orange marmalade. This city takes its food and wine very seriously. Wonderful bars, restaurants and delicatessens grace its byways. like this one behind the cathedral. Hello, Puri.
Hello, Michael.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
It's a wonderful, traditional, beautiful grocery shop.
This is like the 19th century shops. It's a traditional way between a shop and a restaurant.
You can actually have a glass here, can't you?
Yeah, we have 9 casks. Our bestseller, like the special of the house, is the orange wine.
Wow, I would love to try that. And that's the bestseller. But I also came to talk to you about these.
Yeah.
Now, these are tortas de aceite, so they're olive oil.
Olive oil.
Tortas.
Tortas, yeah.
What is a torta? It's almost like a biscuit.
It's a very thin biscuit. More than 100 years of history here.
These biscuits are thought to be of Arab origin and came to be associated with the city a century ago. A local woman, Inés Rosales, made the tortas according to a family recipe and sold them to railway passengers. If she was selling at the train station, presumably they then began to go elsewhere.
Yeah, all over the world.
All over the world. To this day, every biscuit is made here in Sevilla, including this variety flavoured with Seville oranges, dressed with a topping that surprises me.
Hi.
Oh, that looks lovely. Right. Avocado and smoked salmon.
Yeah.
Now, what shall I have that with?
I think it's going to be perfect with the orange wine.
So this wine is made with grapes?
Yeah.
But then the orange peel
Yeah.
is
We
used.
let the peel of the orange inside the wine 6 months.
Oh, my goodness, like a marmalade. Are these the oranges that grow in the streets?
Yeah, bitter orange.
Bitter orange, yeah. I mean, you have to like your wine sweet to enjoy this, but it's lovely. Now, that is going to go with smoked salmon and avocado,
I think so.
Sweet and savoury. It's a really nice snack or a really nice lunch. When I was a child in Britain, we had shops that were a little bit like this, you know, where there was someone behind the counter who served you and they weighed the food and gave it to you. But so much of that has been replaced by supermarkets. And it's just lovely to come here and experience, you know, that old world touch. I love it, don't you?
You cannot get that in a supermarket.
A delicatessen resembling a 19th century grocery shop provides yet another example of a city in evolution, happy to revisit its history. My next encounter is with a couple who are reviving a much older tradition, once common in the Andalucía of 3,000 years ago. Hello.
Hello.
Miguel. Hola. Hello. Sonia.
Hello, Michael. Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Welcome.
This is beautiful. Sonia and Miguel have studied the glassmaking techniques introduced by the Phoenicians. Those renowned mariners and traders founded the nearby port of Cádiz, bringing revolutionary new skills and trades to Andalucía. Amazing. So, was this glass blown?
No.
These kind of vessels are made with a technique previous to the discovery of the blown glass. It was approximately 1,000 years before the discovery of the blown glass. It's incredible.
It is indeed incredible. Sonia and Miguel learnt that before glass blowing was devised, the Phoenicians would have created molds of sand and clay, around which the molten glass could be shaped. The technique
It's the same technique that used the Phoenicians people when they arrived here to Andalucía.
Ellos eran muy buenos artesanos, muy buenos artesanos, muy buenos navegantes y muy buenos comerciantes.
And they introduced many other innovations. They brought grapes, therefore wine. They brought olives, therefore olive oil. They brought ironwork. They brought the alphabet. And they brought the potter's wheel. So here we're at the very origins of Spain, the very origins of Andalucía.
Nosotros la mantenemos viva la técnica y la historia de la introducción del vidrio en Andalucía y en toda España, yes.
Now I shall see how this ancient skill has been revived.
He's going to make this filigree twister. So in this case, it's 2 colors. And we can see how that can be used because it goes around the base of this lovely miniature vase. As he pulls out the thread, he is twisting, twisting, twisting. And hey presto, like magic, he has produced a 2-color string. That is extraordinary. Miguel, perfection, absolute perfection, a beautiful thing.
Do you want to make one?
I'd like to try, yes.
You try, no?
Yeah, I'll try.
A delicate spiral is beyond me. Let's see how I manage attempting a simple glass rod.
Oh, lovely.
Start to push your hands gently.
Towards each other?
Yes.
Oh, I'm concentrating so hard here, Miguel.
Continue spinning at the same time. Very good. Muy bien.
I'm enjoying this, and this is, wow, the concentration you need. Yes. Oh, yes.
Quickly, quickly, quickly.
What do you think? Am I ready yet or not?
It's practically ready. Continue. You are doing very well, Michael. Quickly. Very good. Continue, 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 continue. Oh, muy bien, Michael. Michael, este ya es más largo, ¿eh? This is longer. This is good.
Oh, very enjoyable. Thank you so much for teaching me.
Excellent.
I'm full of admiration for you both. It's fantastic what you do.
Andalucia's rich history and varied heritage have bequeathed spectacular arts and crafts, from world-class artists and architects, with artisans working in leather, glass, clay, metal and wood. The next place that I want to introduce you to was built to exhibit all of those and much more.
In 1929, Sevilla staged the Ibero-American Exposition, and spectacular national pavilions were built, the grandest of which was this for Spain.
The exposition was a chance to champion Spanish and particularly Andalusian culture, with lavish displays of the region's art, engineering and architecture.
At the time, the country had been badly governed for a long time. It was humiliated by the loss of its empire, and it needed cheering up with a celebration of Spanish achievements. Within 2 years, the monarchy had been abolished, and after 7, a civil war broke out which crushed much of Andalucía. But never daunted, Sevilla in 1992 held another world exhibition, and really the city has done nothing but grow in stature in the 30 years since.
The 1929 exposition proved to be the last hurrah of the old royal Spain. Nonetheless, it modernized much of Sevilla. Streets became avenues, and many opulent buildings were constructed, including the hotel where I'll sleep tonight.
Hola.
Welcome to the hotel.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The king himself, Alfonso XIII, commissioned the hotel in 1928. Today, it's owned by the city.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Hotel Alfonso XIII.
Very nice to be here. Thank you very much indeed. Michael Portillo, please.
Built around a grand central cloister inspired by Spain's Muslim past, the hotel is a mix of traditional Spanish and Islamic architectural styles. Designed to house VIPs attending the 1929 World Exposition, this was the first hotel in Andalucía to have a telephone in every room, in case guests needed to place a call to their palace back home.
This will do. royally.
Coming up, I explore a controversial tradition. And I invite you back to my home in Carmona.
We discovered Roman mosaics, 3 of them.
For a party in honor of Andalucía and its people who've made me so welcome. I've been exploring Sevilla, the shining capital of Andalucía, a city that I've known for many years. Sevilla is a city entrenched in tradition. For example, in its continued love of La Corrida, the festival that we call bullfighting. Spain is conflicted about it, but for many it's integral to the character of this region. I've come to an hacienda on the edge of the city where matadors train.
The goading and killing of a bull as a public spectacle in an arena is horrifying to many people, and today almost half of Spaniards favour prohibition. But the tradition floods life in Andalucía. Bars and restaurants carry photographs of matadors in action. There's live television coverage. The great festivals of the year are marked by daily corridas, which in English we call bullfights. Recently, a matador was carried from the bull ring in Sevilla in triumph on the shoulders of an adoring crowd. Problematic though it is, we cannot ignore something which is so fundamental to the culture of Andalucía.
To understand what attracts the younger generation, I'm meeting an exception to the rule in this otherwise masculine world.
Hola, Rocío.
Hola, Michael, ¿qué tal?
Encantado.
Igualmente, mucho gusto.
Rocío is a professional bullfighter, one of fewer than 10 women in all of Spain compared to nearly 800 men.
This ring, is this where you've been training? ¿Te has entrenado aquí en esta plaza?
Sí, bueno, he estado viviendo aquí y aquí he pasado muchas horas de mi vida entrenando y luchando por un sueño.
What sort of training do you do?
Bueno, el entrenamiento de un torero es muy amplio. Va desde la parte física, de correr, gimnasio, pero luego aquí en el ruedo pues lo que hacemos es recrear lo que luego se hace en la plaza.
Rocío was just 13 and competing as a gymnast when she stepped into a bull ring for the first time.
Rocío, what made you want to be a bullfighter?
Esto es una vocación que yo he sentido desde pequeña, porque en mi familia nadie se dedica al toreo, pero yo pues, cuando fui a una corrida y vi, algo me transmitió, algo sentí que dije que quería ser torera. Para mí era como un baile y me sorprendió los colores, la música, el olor.
And did the death not alarm you?
Al final la muerte está ahí para todos y bueno, esta es mi pasión, mi vida y donde yo me siento realizada y bueno, pues contemplas la muerte, convives con ella.
The matador must learn to survive, to handle the regalia and execute balletic movements while conquering fear.
The crimson cape is used at the beginning of the corrida by a number of different bullfighters, and it's used mainly to find out what the bull is like, what are the characteristics, his movements, his reactions, his eyesight, all that sort of thing.
Once the matador has the measure of the bull, the muleta is unfurled. This bright red cape hangs from a stick and conceals the sword.
Once Rocío has the red cape, we're at the climax of the corrida. Now she is on her own with the bull, and this is the moment when she can make her most aesthetic moves.
Es como un baile entre dos y al final el toro pues te rodea, pasa alrededor tuya, por delante, por detrás. Es como la parte donde hay más más fusión entre el animal y la persona.
A newcomer to bullfighting might be impressed by the pageantry and spectacle, and by the elegance of the matador, but be shocked by the blood, violence, and death of the bull. Many in Spain would feel the same, deeply aware of the paradox of this tradition.
There are quite a lot of Spaniards today who are opposed to the corrida. Do you think it's going to survive?
Y la prueba está pues en las plazas, que cuando se dan corridas, pues la gente va a los toros. Al final yo digo que esto es un espectáculo que si se tiene que acabar, se va a acabar por sí solo cuando la gente deje de ir a los toros. Pero es que los toros siguen interesando, las plazas se siguen llenando.
In parts of Spain, bullfighting has been ended, but not in Andalucía. Alongside flamenco, it's part of the regional identity. The bulls and horses are bred in its fields, and every class of person is represented in the crowds that flock to Sevilla's bullring.
It's an important city. It is the capital of Andalucía, which is 8 provinces and a very large chunk of Spain. And unlike some of the other large regions of Spain, like Catalonia or the Basque Country or Galicia, there's no movement towards breaking away from Spain here. These people are solidly Spanish. I mean, this is the beating heart of old Spain. Oh, and does it know it?
It's time for me to leave this proud city and return to my hometown of Carmona, 30 minutes from Sevilla. It stands on the ridge of the Sierra de los Alcores, overlooking the Andalusian plains.
Carmona is basically a Roman town. It has a forum in the middle and a main street that runs either side, with a gate facing towards Sevilla and another gate facing the other direction towards Córdoba. I'm entering by my favorite route, the way that shows the town at its majestic best through the Córdoba gate.
There's been a settlement here since prehistoric times. With the arrival of the Phoenicians, it was transformed into a city. Under the Romans, it was the stronghold of Carmo. Then when the Muslims ruled it, it became Carmona. Despite all that grand history, Carmona is an unpretentious town that wears its pedigree lightly.
Houses in Carmona tend not to be ostentatious. You don't flaunt what you've got. I think that derives from an old Islamic tradition of modesty and privacy. When you go inside, it's meant to be a voyage of discovery, moving left and right through gardens and patios.
The house was a wreck when we bought it, but the renovations revealed a rich history that mirrored that of the region.
Restoring the house was like a detective story. We came across an arch that was covered up, which was clearly Islamic, which means that it was 13th century at the latest. And then that led to the discovery of a second matching arch, and then a third one, an arcade, leading me to think that this may have been quite an important Islamic building, possibly even religious, possibly a mosque.
Buried in masonry, we found a Christian cross and chalice, probably carved by Visigoths. The largest room contains a 2,000-year-old well, and when the floor came up for the plumbing, there was the biggest find of all.
We discovered Roman mosaics, 3 of them. They're from the 1st century, and these stones all around are Roman as well. The 3 mosaics are in the same orientation, suggesting that this was a substantial Roman townhouse, a domus, as they call it. And they were cleaned and restored, left at their original level, and glass placed on top, which makes a lot of people rather nervous about walking or dancing on top of them.
Tonight there will be dancing galore when I throw a homecoming party and invite my friends in the town. as we celebrate the end of my Andalusian peregrination. My travels around Andalucía have reached their end in my hometown Carmona, just outside the region's capital, Sevilla.
I love these tiny, narrow streets, which absolutely ooze history. You need to be very good neighbours here.
Carmona stands on a vantage point on the old Roman route towards Córdoba, which explains its historic importance.
They're saying children's mass at the Church of Santa Maria de Gracia, which is the largest in Carmona. And those children will learn that before there was a church here, there was a mosque. Well, look, these horseshoe arches give it away. But before the Islamic invasion of 711, there were Christian Visigoths here. And they have left their carvings on this column, letters and figures etched in the stone. And although this is a Catholic country, I can't help feeling that the people are influenced by all this history. That this is, in the strictest sense of the word, a multicultural society.
I can revel in this rich heritage with friends that I've made since living here. These people embody what I love about the region. They display its traditions, character, humour and passions.
At my party tonight, there will be flamenco music. And when friends gather for flamenco, they improvise the song and the dance. And they get going when the duende, the inspirational spirit, comes into them. And so my friends are gathered at the local bar or restaurant. They are warming up, waiting for the moment when the hobgoblin occupies their bodies and their minds.
These are the people I've come to know best during my 12 years here.
Bernardi!
Friends like the irrepressible Bernardi, who runs the local bar and restaurant at the heart of our community, along with her husband Germán, who combines his affection with a wicked wit. Almudena is a new arrival in Carmona who's quickly fitted in. And here's Adolfo from Sevilla. With everyone assembled, we can enjoy the flamenco and let the fiesta begin.
Bienvenido, Pepe.
When we are reinforced by the cavalry, we're ready to process towards my house in typically understated fashion. Tonight, the best regional food and drink are on offer. Jamón from the hills of Huelva, seafood from its coast, wines from Jerez and Málaga, and the music and dance I associate with Granada, Sevilla and Jerez.
Es lo más importante que hay en la vida. Reunir para celebrar, para festejar, para conocernos y para acogernos en esta ciudad de Carmona.
Do you think Andalucía is different from the rest of Spain, and how?
Well, I mean, I think we had much longer influence of the Arab world. So that means that our food is different, our vocabulary is different. I think the hospitality here is different to the rest of Spain.
At gatherings like this, the guests are unconstrained and impulsive.
Duende es una cosa que sale de dentro cuando estás a gusto con tus amigos.
Es una expresión de alegría, de olvidar cada problema. Duende es el sentimiento que surge.
¿Por dónde?
Surge de las entrañas, del corazón, del alma.
Es empezar a cantar, a contar chistes, a muchas cosas y a bailar.
Federico García Lorca, the poet that my father met in Granada, wrote a lament for a matador who died of gangrene after being gored. My good friend Carmen declaims.
Ya está sobre la piedra, Ignacio, el bien nacido. Ya se acabó. ¿Qué pasa? Contemplad su figura. La muerte le ha cubierto de pálidos azufres y le ha puesto cabeza de oscuro minotauro. ¿Qué dicen? Un silencio de hedores reposa. Estamos ante un cuerpo presente que se fuma como una forma clara, que tuvo ruiseñores y la vemos llenarse de agujeros sin fondo.
Fue fantástico, Carmen, fue fantástico. I mean, this stuff happens spontaneously, but the passion.
That passion spreads.
Yo solo miro al mar porque tiene agua.
As the music builds.
Porque sale el sol cuando tú no estás.
People begin to improvise in song and dance.
A magical moment. It just happened. The duende arrived and it all took off.
This is how I wanted to end my travels, surrounded by my friends who've welcomed me with open arms to this extraordinary region, with its awe-inspiring architecture, where great cultures have left their imprint on some of Spain's greatest cities, its produce harvested from sea and land, the most delicious food and drink, and arts and crafts passed down from generation to generation.
Good, Michael. Who was born for this?
I am enchanted by Andalucía, and throughout this journey I've wanted you to share my passion. I'm stimulated by layers of history which are visible in castles and cathedrals and even in my own home. I'm impressed by the secular and religious festivities and the exoticism of flamenco. And my friends here are fully invested in all the traditions, whilst at the same time, nonetheless, being part of a liberal and forward-looking society. And their welcome to me has been part of an old world hospitality. I have opened the door to you to glimpse my Andalucía, but I would love it if it were yours as well.